Hey there, Space Cats! Welcome back to the stream, and welcome the freak back Paranormasight. I really didn't expect that there was gonna be a sequel. I don't know, it was really good. I like Paranormasight, but it just kind of came out of nowhere. It was just in a Nintendo Direct, and they went, yeah, and it's gonna be out in a couple weeks, and now here we are. It's Paranormasight 2, The Mermaid's Curse, and it's Paranormasight Tuesday, so I think I want to check this shit out. And it's probably going to be a little rocky to start, because if you remember, the last one... The last one launches right into the game the second you start it, so I haven't opened it yet so that we can preserve that experience, which does mean that I'm going to have to do the visual setup and like audio adjustments on the fly, everybody. Just so you know. So we'll see how that go, okay? We gotta go back into the workshop over this whole Tuesday thing. It's Paranormasight Tuesday. What do you mean, Belbino? Okay, let's go over here, and we'll try to get this set up as good as possible. Okay, everybody? Yeah, I think we're all pro Tuesday here, right? It's gonna be loud at first, I think, everybody. Just so you know. Oh my god! It literally doesn't launch directly into the game this time. I could have set this up off stream. It doesn't do it. I'm gonna lose it. Okay, hang on. Let me get into the options. Where the fuck are... How's that? Gonna do that. Where the fuck is it? In my game captures. Hello? There you are. Okay, and now it's gonna be big. It's just... That's gonna take too long. Let's just slide it up. And I think now it looks right. That good? That looks good to me. I can't believe this fucking series flipped it on me. I was expecting it to load right into the storyteller, like before. And instead, no, this time we start at the title screen. Yeah, it must have been that, like, they found out that, like, streamers don't like it when you do that or something. Yeah, no, it's awesome when games do that if you're not a streamer, but if you are a streamer, it kind of sucks. Actually, I'm gonna put this in windowed. Let's see. There we go. That's better. And I will readjust the capture again. Sorry about this, everybody. If I had known, I would have done this before the stream, but I didn't know. Yeah, they got Mermaid in this one. This one's all about the concept of Mermaid. I think that looks right. The game is still loud. Okay, I will adjust it. How's this? You like that? That's good, okay. And hello, Nauta, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Let's start the game, everybody. I love this water effect that they've got going on here. I love this. That's quite cool. I actually kind of would almost prefer this as like my start banner, I think, on the lobby screen. Anyways, let's go in. Whoa! Into the portal. Ah, here he is again. My apologies for the wait. Welcome, welcome. How wonderful it is to see you again. I'm the storyteller, your guide to the world of Paranormasight. Now then, I understand you might be keen to dive into our story. But there are some important matters I must address first, so please bear with me a while longer. First, this game uses autosave. The game will automatically save at regular intervals, so you may stop playing at any time. Next, please look at the upper right of the screen. This is the menu button. I love the menu button. You see, they've done away with the censoring of the story chart. The storyteller. The guide to those who visit Paranormasight. Everything else about him remains a mystery. From here, you can check the text log, view files, and adjust your settings for auto mode. You can also adjust the volume and other game settings in the options menu. If you find that certain effects make the text difficult to read, you may turn them off. I recommend you check the brightness, controls, and other settings now before continuing. I guess I didn't check the controls, but I just mouse control it, right? Yeah, I'm fine with all that. Underwater gathering control settings? What? Interesting. I'll let that be for now. Oh, the how to play is here, of course. I'm sticking with the mouse for now, I believe. Oh, interesting. It skips through stuff you haven't seen. So don't use fast forward, I guess. Is there a voice volume? I'm worried the dubbing might be too loud. What do you mean, Omnicore? Do you think I'm too loud? You don't like how loud I am? You want me to be quiet? You want me to shut up? Now, let us go over the basic controls. When the game is in your control, you may drag the screen to look at your surroundings. You will once again become able to move after this, so try taking a look behind you before turning back to me. Oh god, this is the classic Paranormasight jump scare. What are you gonna do to me, storyteller? You gonna be, like, really close? Oh, no, okay. Wonderful. Well done. You know what? Hang on. I'm gonna move some of these windows around for a sec. He's just nicey about it. Thank you for being nicey about it, storyteller. I got hurt too many times. I did, yeah. Oh, when did I go smug mode? Weird. And they also select the face of an individual in front of you to talk to them. Please, go ahead and try with me. Hello, Zerolek. Bravo! A fine display of pointing and clicking. There are times when you'll be presented with options such as these. What is this place? Who am I? Oh, so you've forgotten who you are, have you? There's no need for concern. It is for that reason that I am here to guide you, after all. You may be confused at first, but continuing through the story should allow you to remember your true objective. Once you've seen everything an option has to offer, a check mark will appear next to it like so. Do not fear. You will come to know where we are eventually. That is all for my explanation of the basic controls. Yeah, it's like it's just kind of like dark and spooky. It's not really like super horror-y, I don't think. But there were every so often it would do the trick of like while you're looking around, one of the characters would like move once you get back to where they were, and it would be like ah. These are very good games. Yeah, you should check them out. You should check out the Mysteries of Honjo as well as this game if any of this stream seems interesting to you. I'll tell you, those Mysteries of Honjo, they've got like a really awesome, super unwell housewife in it, and she's really cool. Ah, yes. There's one more thing I wish to confirm before we continue.
I'm interested in this.
I'm excited for the next housewife. As you may know, I previously served as guide to a different tale in the world of Paranormasight, one concerning the 7 mysteries of Honjo. You wouldn't happen to be familiar with the events of that tale, would you? I am. Is that so? So we have met before then. You look quite different during our previous encounter, so I failed to recognize you at first. My apologies. Yeah, you know, I've upgraded the PNG since then. It's some new drawings now, you know. In that case, there's nothing I need warn you about. Well, I believe I've kept you waiting long enough. The tale you are about to experience concerns a number of legends passed down in Issei Bay, a stretch of sea bordering Mie Prefecture. Specifically, those legends involving mermaids. Yes, as the subtitle suggests, our subject this time is the widely familiar mermaid. Since ancient times, a great many legends about mermaids have been passed down in countries all around the world. In Japan, many of the legends famously include the idea that eating their flesh grants immortality. The tale of Yaobikuni, which continues to be told in such places as Wakasa Province, modern-day Fukui Prefecture, is perhaps the most well-known. These legends have spurred those with a yearning for immortality to seek out mermaids since ancient times. Of course, as I just mentioned, there are only some of many legends. These are only some of many legends concerning mermaids that exist across the globe. Indeed, many have sought out mermaids simply due to fascination with their status as rare and mystical beings. They've also served as the inspiration for countless creative and artistic works throughout the ages. It would seem that mermaids possess a mysterious charm that has captivated the human heart for myriad reasons, irrespective of era or culture. See the files. Oh, Mie Prefecture. Here we have it, right here in Japan. It's really smart to put the immortality meat in the ocean, where the douchebag that wants it super bad is likely to perish, yeah. I mean, I think we also learned about this with a perennial favorite subject, Avatar 2. I'm not gonna talk more about Avatar 2 tonight, sorry. You had a 1-week homestay in Fukui Prefecture right before college. That's awesome. Mie Prefecture is located in the eastern part of the Ki Peninsula in central Honshu, the Japanese mainland, and falls within both the Chubu and Kinki regions. Measuring 170 kilometers from north to south and 80 kilometers from east to west, it has a narrow, elongated shape and is known for its rich natural diversity that differs greatly between its northern and southern regions. I don't think I am familiar with Takahashi's Mermaid stuff, no. The varied and abundant nature of Mie Prefecture has led it to be known as a land of great beauty since ancient times, even back when it was still known as Ise Province. It also purported to be the land whither It was also purported to be the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world, which led to the establishment of the Ise Shrine as a place of enshrinement for the goddess Amaterasu. The eternal world is said to be a realm across the sea, separate from the one in which we live. Often described as an eternal paradise, Ise was seen as the land where the waves from this world continually broke, connecting the material world and the world beyond. Famous spots and scenic vistas in Mie Prefecture: Ise Shrine, Iseji Route of the Kumano Kodo, a series of ancient pilgrimage routes, birthplace of the Iga Ninja clan, birthplace of the Isehei clan, Suzuka International Racing Course. Wait, I don't know very much about Uma Musume, but is this where Silent Suzuka gets her name from? I've heard of her. I've heard of that horse. Toba Aquarium, Ise-shima National Park, and many more. Local specialties of Mie Prefecture: pearls, Ise lobsters, abalone, turban shells, oysters, and other marine products, Ise udon, Matsusaka beef, and many more. Let me read Ise Bay. Oh, look at that. Also known by the name the Sea of Ise, Ise Bay is an enclosed bay located in central Honshu, the Japanese mainland. Although its exact range varies, in this game it refers to the area of sea surrounded by land up to the line drawn from Cape Irago in Aichi Prefecture to Cape Dio in Mie Prefecture. Okay. And mermaids. A flyer of a mermaid, also known as Kairai. A general term for a half-human, half-fish being. The first recorded appearance in Japan of a creature believed to be a mermaid was more than 1,300 years ago in the Nihon Shoki, Chronicles of Japan. At this time, the term mermaid was not yet in use, and most records are anecdotal reports of sightings of creatures resembling both fish and humans in various places. In ancient Japan, as well as in other parts of East Asia, depictions of mermaids often blur the line between human and fish, frequently portraying them as grotesque monsters. I believe there was, yes, Monty. They worked with the tourism association of the city that it was set in. Yeah, the legend of Yaoi Bikini. The Middle Ages saw the spread of the legend of Yao Bikuni throughout Japan, which claimed that eating mermaid flesh could grant eternal youth and longevity. In the early modern period, the image of mermaids diversified, attracting a wider public interest. Mermaid mummies were exhibited in sideshows, and illustrations and literature featuring mermaids became more common. It was also during this time that the depiction of mermaids as having the upper body of a human woman and the lower body of a fish became more widely recognized. Although the details vary from country to country, the most common depiction of mermaids in the West likely stems from the sirens of Greek mythology, sea monsters that, over time, came to be represented as the familiar half-fish, half-human figures. These mermaids were thought to be more akin to spirits or fairies in nature, enchanting those who encountered them with their beautiful feminine appearance and singing voices. Many records of mermaid sightings by sailors during the Age of Discovery have been preserved, and theories suggest that mermaid sightings and their associated legends may in fact have originated from a sea mammal called a dugong. Yes. Ah, yes. The files added just now should provide a general overview of the terms that came up in our conversation. It seems you've already taken a look, but I do recommend reading them if you have the chance. They may allow you to enjoy the story even more. Words highlighted in pale blue usually indicate that there's a related entry in your files. Now then, allow me to introduce the primary setting of this tale. The majority of our story takes place on Kamishima, an isolated island in the waters of Ise Bay. Tell me more. Kamishima, an island situated between the Atsumi and Shima peninsulas, and the most distant of the 4 populated islands under the administration of Toba City in Mie Prefecture. That's an area of approximately 0.7 square kilometers and a population of about 900. The island's name comes from the turtle-like shape, with kame meaning turtle in Japanese. Famous for its karst landscapes. Karst landscapes? And other beautiful scenery, Kamishima is a popular location for tourists year-round. Recently, the island's youth organization has been leading a revitalization effort to boost the local economy and strengthen the community, creating an island logo and mascot character, Kamishimaru, which are expected to bring more people to the area. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the meaning of the word karst in this case. You will experience events through the eyes of a young resident of the island, one Yusa Minakuchi. It's the type of rocks. Oh, it's a rocky landscape. Okay. If nothing else, please remember that. Well, I believe this ends my initial explanation. Bon voyage and do enjoy the tale. No twist with this guy this time? We'll find out, I guess. This story is a work of fiction based on existing locations and legends. Please note that one of the locations that appears in this game, Kamishima, is a fictional island. I see, okay. I didn't see the rest of that, but okay. It's a fictional island, I understand. We made this island up. Did you come to me, or did I go to you? I cannot recall whether it was a dream or reality. I cannot recall if I was asleep or awake. From the Tales of Ise, passage 69. The weed number. Sorry. August 7th, 1980X. Toba City, Southern Sea. That's right. Right. This should do it. All good to go, Yusa? Yep. Ready as I can be. I feel so light I bet I could even outswim a shark. No, more than that, I was born for this moment. The legend of Kamishima's patron saint of diving begins today. The Kamishima youth. Tell me about him. He's 18 years old. He's an apprentice ama diver. A young man born and raised on Kamishima. Although generally quiet and serious, he has an eccentric side that often sees him make jokes and wisecracks with a straight face, catching whoever he's talking to off guard. After losing his parents in the large-scale maritime accident 5 years ago, he was raised by his grandmother, veteran ama diver Tsuyu Minakuchi. He briefly found work at a seafood processing plant in Toba after graduating high school earlier in the year, but upon hearing that Tsuyu had injured her leg, forcing her to retire from diving and causing difficulties in her daily life, he quit his job after only 3 months and returned to Kamishima. At present, he is caring for Tsuyu while looking for work on Kamishima, and he has recently made the decision to follow in Tsuyu's footsteps and become an ama diver himself. Although he has been unable to bring himself to enter the sea since the disaster 5 years ago, he's hoping that his previous aptitude for swimming will lend itself to a natural talent for ama diving. His current diver rank is 1. Quiet and introverted as a child, he began to show a more animated side upon befriending Azami Kumoi, a boy his same age, and it eventually became a common sight to see them getting up to mischief together. Although the maritime disaster 5 years ago saw a drastic shift in the way most of Kamishima's inhabitants treated Yuza, Azami alone continued to treat him the same. Even now, it is not uncommon for Azami to find himself caught up in Yuza's eccentric exploits, but he is always quick to laugh and follow his lead. Diver level 1, diver level 999 mobile game ad, yeah. Whoa, that sounds pretty impressive. This is your first time diving out in the bay, so don't push yourself too hard, alright? Yeah, I know it's my first time, but somehow I'm brimming with confidence. I just know I can land a massive hull if I try. Well, I'm glad to see you're raring to go, but make sure you don't go too far from the boat at first. Best friend, Azami Kumoi. 19 years old. He's a fisherman. A young man born and raised on Kamishima, he's been friends with Yuzu Minakushi since childhood. His friendly and caring personality, his willingness to help those around him has made him Oh, I see. Yeah, made him someone islanders of all ages rely on in times of need. His father was a fisherman, and he accompanied him out to sea on his boat from a very young age. As a result, he grew up never doubting that he too would one day become a fisherman. After his father died in a maritime disaster 5 years ago, his mother, an ama diver, took on the responsibility of raising Azami and his much younger brother on her own. During the close season for diving, when his mother worked on the mainland, Azami was responsible for looking after his brother. After graduating middle school, he refused his mother's suggestion to attend high school and quickly obtained a 4th-class boat pilot license while helping with fishing around the island. Damn, so he just didn't go to high school at all. He's now able to take his father's small fishing boat, the Seion Maru, out on fishing trips of his own. He has a frank, easygoing relationship with Yuza, his childhood friend, and the two often get up to mischief together. Although he was happy for Yuza when he left to attend high school on the mainland and later found a job there, he also felt somewhat lonely. For this reason, he secretly welcomed the news that Yuza would be leaving his job and returning to Kamishima to take care of his grandmother. Oh yeah, being a fisherman sounds kind of scary, honestly. Oh, their 3D boat. No need to worry, Azami. You just focus on getting the grill ready. We're having a feast tonight. I'll hold you to that. The diving minigame will now commence. Follow the instructions to get used to the controls, then press dive when you're ready. Okay. Alright, okay. Okay, Yuza, this is your first dive, so you won't want to stray too far from the boat. Remember to swim up if when you want to come back to the boat. If you don't remember anything else, remember that. Okay, I gotta swim up. Let's see how you do, hotshot. They got gameplay in this one. It's your first time out here, so even a single catch is a huge achievement. Don't get greedy. Try to come back quickly. They got gameplay. That's crazy. So can I like, how do I, if I want to like move or something? Or do I have to, I gotta dive first, okay. Let's go. Whoa! Underwater! Only 2 controls are needed. Move mouse, look around, left click, perform action. The available action will automatically switch between swim, harvest, and return to boat, depending on the situation. Okay. Sounds simple. Areas where sea creatures are located will be marked with the exclamation mark icon. Begin by looking around to try to locate any potential catches. Okay. Okay, well, I just, like, swam right over that. New record! Your oxygen gauge will decrease while diving. Be sure to go back to the boat before it runs out. You can return to the boat anytime by turning your viewpoint upwards and selecting return to boat. Your remaining oxygen will continue to decrease on the way back, so don't wait until it's too late. Okay. But I want this. I guess I have to go up. Yeah, okay, I die. Awesome! Terrifying experience at sea! I think that was great. I think that was a great first dive. My awesome initial attempt. Okay, so I guess I gotta go back to the boat. That was very close. Hey, I've got oh my god. Huh. I think I gotta go for more breath as my level up bonus. That covers the basics for underwater gathering. We play tutorial? No, that's fine. Okay, looks like you're all warmed up. Let's go out a bit further so you can look for something bigger. The biggest catch you can get at this time of year is probably abalone. Snagging just one is something to be proud of. But remember that sea creatures are living things. They'll change places every time you dive, so be careful. Okay. Perfect harvest. When using the harvest action, a perfect harvest may occasionally occur, instantly depleting the target's resistance. Gotcha. The higher your diver rank, the more likely you are to achieve a perfect harvest. I see. Classic breathing build. I mean, I don't know, if you're doing diving, I feel like breathing, or rather holding your breath, is the most important skill that you can cultivate. You spend a whole hour plus maxing all the stats out before doing anything else. Oh my god. Can I just do that? Is that something I can just do? Information on your catches will be recorded in the gathering log. Each catch has individual variations. Lowest and highest amount of points you've achieved for each catch will be recorded. Okay, star mark will be added next to the point values. Cool. The sea urchin. A sea urchin prize is a delicacy throughout Japan, particularly known for its round shell and long spines. Its peak season is from June to August. So I played a bit off stream. Maybe. It could happen. It's not like you have to master everything all at once. We can take off whenever you're ready. Okay. I dive. Okay. It's a little far away. The fish. Okay, I'm gonna die. Let's get back to the boat. Okay, it was fine, actually. Another diving rank. Let's go gathering for this level. Searching feels like the least important thing. Searching feels like, you know, I could just not do that. Oh, perfect. My shell. I should probably go back up. This is nice. You need level 5 search to solve this curse. Oh no. Go this direction. That's much further away than I thought it was going to be. Maybe go back up. Let's get more breath. Ah, baloney. I'm getting the feast for my buddy Azami. He's gonna feast on this shit. Whoa, this one's purple. Why is it purple? Whoa, it's abalone. Okay, awesome. I got the big catch. Yeah, it had elements of those things, essentially, yeah. No, I got an achievement for reaching diver rank 5. What's my guy got to say? We still have plenty of time left, so feel free to dive as much as you like. You seem pretty confident, so I'm looking forward to seeing what you bring in. I know you can do anything you put your mind to. These guys. They're just guys being guys, yeah. Just some really supportive bros, yeah. It's classic bro stuff. Might be time to go back to boat. You're gonna be kicking yourself for leveling this much when you swap bodies with Lynx later. Kind of. I mean, in Chrono Cross you are like a fisherman's kid. So kind of not irrelevant as a reference. Yeah, they got Mermaid in Chrono Cross as well. That's the big stuff. Okay, let's not die, hopefully. Yay, I didn't die! Yay! Let's increase swim speed this time. Get back to the boat faster. It's playing a little dangerous. You know what games would be cool to look into sometime, maybe? Anybody else ever play Endless Ocean on the Wii? I played the second one, Blue World, I think it's called. Those are pretty cool. I've only played a little bit of it, though, is the thing. Oh, fuck. Okay, so I might drown this time. But I leveled up returning to the boat faster, so I don't think I will. I think I did really good with that. You didn't play them, but you wanted to. Yeah. I've only played a little bit of it, but like, it could be like an interesting thing to look into at some point. Do a little stream of or something. You could have dolphin friends in that. You get to swim around and touch fish. Which is like, that's awesome, right? Oh, hey. Uh-oh. There we go. Surely we'll have to see a dolphin at some point, right? We're doing some good harvesting. There's a question mark over there. But I don't think I'll be able to reach it. Dang. That's actually really upsetting to me. We gotta go back to the boat. Maybe that's the curse, yeah. Let's get more diving. I gotta go back down there. I gotta go back down there and see if I can find the question mark again. Alright, what direction are we? It was like, yeah, it's this way. Okay, so the question mark is still there. Ah, the hole is the question mark. I understand. I see. What the hell is that? No! Get away from me! Ah! Alright, there we go. That's the curse. The mermaid's curse. That's a lot of dead people. Whoa. Dive failed. Okay. Alright, okay, so I'm not supposed to do that. Interesting. Quite interesting that I'm not supposed to do that. It's pretty cool, yeah. Was that an ending? It may have been an ending, yeah. It's not an ending, it's the title drop, but like they let me just retry and not do that. Look at all the stuff I got. I got some kind of noble scallop. You should have looked up to return to boat instead of watching the credits, I guess. Yeah. Bivalve with shells that come in a range of bright colors, such as red, purple, and yellow, also known by the local name of apagai. Turban shell, a sea snail, commonly enjoyed as sashimi, or roasted whole in its shell. Nocturnal by nature, it feeds on seaweed and other food attached to rocks it lives on. Abalone, a rare sea snail known both as a delicacy and for the extreme difficulty involved in harvesting it. It has a long history of being presented to the Issei Shrine as an offering. You've eaten that? How is it? Do you like it? Do you love it? Is it your favorite? Stinky food. It's chewy. Interesting. Whoa! The critical hit on the abalone? I think I gotta get out of here. So was seeing that optional? Was seeing that in dying optional? The visual novel? Yeah, that's right, Blaze the Hedgehog. Welcome. This is the visual novel that includes a diving minigame. I gotta get out of here. Yeah, I want to level up. I want to get awesome scores and level up at diving. You know I want to max out my breath meter. Hey, buddy. Don't get too greedy. It's dangerous to stay out until you're almost out of air. Still need some air left to make it back to the boat after all. It's important to know when to give up the chase. I suppose so. Yeah, this is a visual novel, Depths. It just has a diving minigame in it. We haven't really gotten to much of the story yet. I'm just kind of diving. I'm just kind of diving and having fun. I'm enjoying the ocean. For a second, it looked like it was finally forcing you to upgrade search. Yeah, it did. Oh, I know Subnautica. I've seen several friends play it. Ooh, what's over here? What's over here? There's another question mark over there. Oh shit. But I'm running out of air. I gotta leave. Is Subnautica 2 not out? I thought it was out. I watched Markiplier play a lot of Subnautica and it seemed cool. Yeah, I mean, Gloop played quite a lot of it when she first started VTubing. Oh, Below Zero isn't Subnautica 2? How strange. I had no idea. So there's a separate Subnautica 2 that isn't Subnautica Below Zero. Let's see. But this is second abalone. That's crazy. What's this question mark over here? A sticker! Oh fuck! They got the stickers again! I love it. Stickers are all you really need. Okay, I should probably return to the boat. This actually might take me a really long time. Okay, never mind, it was fine. You got purchased and the new publisher was trying to send the game to die? What the fuck? Dive in rank 8. I'm gonna level up swimming to return to the boat faster. Hey, looks like you got something interesting there, Yusa. Huh? Never thought there'd be mockingbird stickers out here in Issei Bay, and at the bottom of the sea to boot. Mockingbird? You mean this bird sticker? I did think it was pretty weird to find a sticker in a place like that, so I decided to hang on to it. They're real famous. An unknown artist makes them and hides them all over the place. Might as well pick up any you come across. Maybe they'll bring you good luck. I see. Damn, I'm good. Maybe I should add treasure hunting to my list of talents. Mockingbird number 12. Check this guy out. These popular bird mascot stickers seem to pop up everywhere. Nobody knows who the artist is behind these quirky rough and tumble birds or where they'll show up next, but they quickly become popular for their bizarre yet oddly cute designs. Be in the right place at the right time in Issei and the surrounding areas, and you might be able to find all 20 of them. Reach a total of 5 and 20 stickers collected to unlock fun bonus content at these milestones. Oh my god, fun bonus content. I love fun bonus content. The Booby Bravo! Awesome! Ama divers. The term ama, most often written with characters meaning sea and woman, generally refers to women who free dive for shellfish, seaweed, and other marine products. It is said they practice free diving both to prevent overharvesting and to protect the marine environment. Although ama divers operate in many regions in Japan, the Toba and Shima regions are known for having the highest number of ama divers. These regions also exhibit customs unique to the area, such as the practice of carrying objects with the Seiman and Domon symbols to ward off misfortune. Even within Toba and Shima, rules and practices can vary greatly. For example, the practice of wearing white attire over the wetsuit is common practice only in the Shima region. Despite the population of ama divers in Issei Bay, there are none to be found north of Issei City. This can be explained by the difference in the seafloor composition between the two areas. While the sandy seafloor near Issei allowed for net fishing, the rocky seafloor in the Toba and Shima areas made net fishing difficult, leading to the adoption of free diving as an alternative. Abalone harvested by ama divers in Kuzaki Town in Toba has traditionally been processed into ceremonial dried goods known as noshiawabi, which are then presented as at an offering at Issei Shrine. This practice is said to have originated when Yamamoto Hime no Mikoto, the princess who enshrined Amaterasu at Issei Shrine, was searching for a suitable food to offer to the gods. When presented with abalones by an ama diver named Oben, the princess found them exceptionally delicious and decided that abalone would be the primary offering to the region. As a result, the ama divers of Toba and Shima have a strong connection to the region's Shinto rituals, and there are some regions where they perform ritual dances as offerings during Shinto festivities. Cool. Note, although ama is sometimes written with characters meaning sea and man when the diver is male, this game uses only the traditional characters of sea and woman when the language is set to Japanese. We're subtly force-femming this protagonist, which I think is wonderful. Hashtag girl. Let's go further out in this direction. Translation note, hashtag girl. Yeah. Now the real question is if I'm just gonna keep doing this until I max out my stats. Who would do something like that? Who indeed? Ah, there's stuff over there. I gotta get out of here, though. Literally, Blaze, I was mentioning Endless Ocean just earlier. It was like right before you got here, I think. I've played the second one, not the first one, but not very much either. I did like it. And I think it would be something that would be interesting to like delve into. Maybe do a little stream, perhaps. The diving is cool and fun. I could just do this. This is as far as the rope will reach, okay. What if for rank 10, I give a bone to searching? There's some stuff you can't gather until later in the story if you want to level up faster. I see, so... yeah, I would have to do more stuff later, rather than, I can't get everything now, basically. Which makes sense, obviously. I think I will. I'll level up searching finally, okay? Okay, you know what? Getting to rank 10 is enough, I think. I think I've spent enough time diving for now. Try not to just swim straight for the first sea creature you lay eyes on. You never know when you might be missing a bigger catch behind you. Keep calm and take a good look around you first. Okay, the thing is, though, is that, like... I feel like I could keep diving. Going back at 3 AM for more diving. But there's another question mark over there. Whoa, there's like a whole crevasse over here. This is so cool. The ocean, wow. I need to return to boat. Okay, I have to go find out what that question mark is, though. Whoa! I had a bonus for gathering 10 things. That's crazy, isn't it? Don't you want to keep going on more dives? I love that everybody is like just now finding out that I love the ocean. Search helps you find the question marks. Oh man. Geese are already water geese. What do you freaking mean? They're water flying creatures. That sticker. Holy shit. Holy shit. I have to. Ha! Let's get out of here. Yeah, that was a really good crit. That's a new record. Gathering. The joy of the dive. Reach a high score of 1,000 points. And I caught an Issei lobster. Lots of achievements happening right now. Mockingbird 19. Show me that bird. The fast lane frigate. Awesome. Whoa, is that an abalone? That's amazing. You really are the patron saint of diving. Whoa, you're already rank 11. And just look at the haul you brought in. That's amazing. All it's left to do is dive to your heart's content. Just say the word when you want to head back. They really don't stop you from just diving forever, huh? The Issei lobster. One of Issei's signature products, this lobster is well known both as a luxury and a symbol of good fortune. It is especially prized for its rich, tender meat. Note, although harvestable in-game, the fishing season for Issei lobsters only begins in October. I love the accuracy note for that. Yeah, it's good that they wanted you to be aware that it's technically inaccurate to be able to find Issei lobster currently. But because it's like iconic, they had to include it. It's the iconic Issei lobster. We couldn't just set the game in Issei and have a diving minigame and not have an Issei lobster. There's another question mark. There's no way I can reach it from here, though. I'm at my limit. Oh my god. It didn't rank up though. It's very funny how much you want to dive. I'm having fun! I'm having fun! I'm having fun swimming in the ocean! It's fun! My foot is caught in something. No! Okay. Whoa. They're always introducing new elements. Yeah, absolutely horrifying. If that happened to me, I would die. I don't know, I just feel like, you know, like the ocean and swimming is like, it's such like a ripe subject for like doing shit in video games. And it's very rarely capitalized on in gaming because, I don't know, every game developer in the world is fucking hydrophobic. They've got the thalassophobia. They're too terrified of the ocean to make cool ocean games. Where are all the Mermaid games at? Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's exactly uncommon or anything. It is scary to be deep under the ocean, right? Like, you're not wrong for being afraid of that, but also, fuck? Oh, fuck? Oh, fuck? What's this? Whoa. What is that? I'm locked on the route of taking the chain off of this rune. Not a mockingbird. Yeah, it's probably nothing. I didn't get very much that time because I spent all of my energy trying to break that chain. Whoa! You're already ranked 12! Just look at the haul you brought in! That's amazing! All it's left to do is dive to your heart's content. Oh, okay. That's it? You weren't gonna comment on the mysterious chain I broke? A chill casual diving video game. Not sure what that story guide was all about. Yeah, I also don't know what the whole, like, seeing my own dead body thing was all about. Doesn't really have much to do with the rest of this. That part is normal for diving, actually. Yeah, you know, it probably is. It's just like there's a whole world down here. There's so much to see, you know? Oh my god, another freaking lobster? This is crazy. I had some big points from that. I think I'm actually... That is kind of an insane score. That's what happens when you get 2 Issei lobsters. I want to turn up searching. Whoa! I had 2 levels off that? That's nuts. Um... I'll give it to gathering. Fish Bonanza! Reach a high score of 1,500 points, and there is also an achievement for 2,000 points. Awesome. I'm just having a good time, you know? Power leveling off of lobsters, as one does. When you're an Ama diver, you're out here in the ocean, you gotta grind your dive rank. The Issei lobster's one of the best targets to get big EXP. Of course, you also want to get some abalone in there. That's real important too. That was quite risky, but nevertheless. $2,000 again. Let's level up swimming to max. Okay, you know what? I think I can stop at level 15. I'm sure we'll be doing more diving later elsewhere, and I can get those last 2 levels of search after that. Can I? I really kind of want to keep diving. But I should stop. We should get to the actual visual novel portion of the visual novel. We should get to the visual novel portion. You're not gonna get me to keep diving forever. It would be a pretty funny bit to dive for the whole stream, yeah. No, I know I don't have to, Monty. I wasn't doing that because I thought I had to. I was doing that because I was enjoying it. I was interested and intrigued and liked looking around in the underwater area. Right, let's leave it at that for today. Good work out there, Yusa. Whoa, you've already gotten this good in just this amount of time? You weren't kidding when you said you had a good feeling about this. I guess all that diving really helped you get the hang of things. Honestly, I kind of surprised myself as well. Maybe I really am the patron saint of diving. Just that I'd expect from a living legend. So do you feel any different now? Did your body undergo any weird changes? No, I feel exactly the same. Nothing's changed. I'm still the same old Yusa I've always been. I guess we were a bit off the mark, huh? So, what do you want to do now? Should we call it a day? Let's talk about the whole... I'm sure many people have screenshotted talk about the whole, right? Azami? They were expecting changes? I don't know. Before we head back, could we talk for a bit? Sure, what's up? The ocean. Kamishima is located in the waters near the entrance to Issei Bay. As such, there are strict regulations on both the times and places ama diving is allowed. Sticker spotted! Isn't this one of those mockingbird stickers? Oh, good eye, user! That's right. I found one stowed away on this very boat. By the way, that's Mockingbird number 8, tit for tat. He's a long-tailed tit. Apparently you're meant to read the characters behind him as Blizzard. Huh. I guess there's more to these mockingbirds than I thought. They're pretty awesome. Tit for tat. The only thing that could make the mockingbirds better is if they had their own little, like, their own short lore stories that go with them. It tell you about the various adventures of these birds. This fishing boat, the Seian Maru, belongs to Izami's family. I don't have a boat of my own, so Izami was kind enough to bring it out for me. He used to belong to his dad, so it's getting on in years, but he takes care of it. It seems he's hoping to keep using it for years to come. This is Izami Kumoi, my best friend. I've known him since we were both kids growing up on Kamishima. When I told him I wanted to become an ama diver, he was quick to offer his full support. So when I was diving just now, a giant hole in the seabed you'd never heard of before? Yeah, the rocks around it looked like they'd only recently collapsed. So I think it probably opened up within the last few months or so. Ah, now that you mention it, there was a pretty big earthquake around here about 3 months ago. Maybe that had something to do with it. Oh, that's right. That would have been before I got back. Anyway, if you saw a giant hole in the seabed, you'd be curious about it, right? I sure would. Curious enough to try to take a look inside? It'd be pretty dangerous, but I guess I might, yeah. Right? So I went closer to try and get a better look. Did you see anything? Well, when I looked down into the hole, a ghost or something that looked just like me suddenly rose up from the depths. Ghost that looked like you? It swam towards me with its hand outstretched. It looked like it was trying to hand something to me. Or maybe it was trying to tell me something? Man. What did you do then? Did you take its hand? I did. I felt like I couldn't resist somehow. I guess even the patron saint of diving does foolish things sometimes. The only thing I was a patron of was carelessness and a lack of proper vigilance. It sounds like there wasn't much you could do about it, though. Hey, Yusa? That thing you ran into, do you think it could have been a Tomokazuki? Tomokazuki? Think. Oh, Kamishima is over there. That island on the horizon is Kamishima, where I was born and raised. Oh, okay. That's what we had to say about that. Anything about the sun? No? Okay. A Tomokazuki, huh? Why would something like that be here? That's the sun, our planet's star. It's been shining down on us for as long as I can remember. Huh? You've never heard of it? I guess not even all the folks around here know about it either. It does sound familiar, though. The Tomokazuki is a sort of ghost story around these parts. The story goes that sometimes when diving, an Ama diver will come across another version of themselves, an exact copy. That other version of them will be holding out something they want, like an abalone. Something they want. And when the diver reaches for it, the Tomokazuki grabs them and drags them to the bottom of the sea. Whoa, that's scary. But wait, the Tomokazuki I saw wasn't holding anything. It wasn't? Well, that's different. Maybe it forgot it at home or something. At home, huh? The abalone? Yeah, the abalone. Maybe it left it at home. Maybe the Tomokazuki is more careless than the legends let on. You're pretty forgetful though, so maybe it became such a perfect copy that it imitated that aspect of you as well. Ah, that damn Tomokazuki. It knows my every weakness. Now that you mention it though, I do remember that story from when I was younger. I guess the fact that I forgot the story really proves how forgetful I am, huh? No worries, it was a while ago, you know? So did anything happen after you took its hand? I don't really remember. When I came to, I was back outside the hole. I thought maybe I'd blacked out due to a lack of oxygen and it had been some sort of hallucination. I see. Yeah, that's possible. But if that's the case, that means I stopped you just to talk about some hallucination I saw, and that would be super embarrassing. Some people do say that Tomokazuki legends might have come about because of divers seeing things when they ran out of air. But hey, it's no big deal even if it was a hallucination. The most important thing is that you're safe. Still, I can't help but wonder about a hole suddenly appearing like that. Yeah, it's pretty weird. By the way, you know the symbols on your diving gear? Symbols? Yeah, Seimon and Domon. The Ama divers around here all have them somewhere on their outfits. Oh, this is my mom's gear, so I didn't know. People say those symbols work as a charm to protect divers from the Tomokazuki. Interesting. But if I ran into a Tomokazuki just now, wouldn't that mean the charm didn't work? Maybe, but it could be thanks to the charm that you made it back safely. The sea is a dangerous place even without the Tomokazuki around. Things could have been even worse without the charm to protect you. I see. So without this charm, I really could have been attacked by a shark. Glad I had it then. Seriously, a shark would have been no laughing matter. Tomokazuki. A long time ago, in a small village on one of the islands in the Issei Sea, there lived a young Ama diver known for her exceptional swimming skills. One day, the wind was strong and the waves were higher than usual. Undeterred by the turbulent weather, the young diver dove into the sea, but couldn't find even the smallest shell to bring back, let alone any abalone. This rock keeps tigers away. The fact that you're alive means that it's working. Yeah! Determined to find something, she dove even deeper into the ocean until she paused, sensing a presence behind her. Turning, she felt an undeniable sense that someone was watching her from a shadowy crevice in the rock. Finding this strange, she ventured closer, only to come face to face with a diver who looked exactly like her. As she floated there, stunned, the other diver extended her hand. In it was an abalone, larger than any she had ever seen. The young diver was mesmerized. She had to have that abalone no matter what. She reached out her hand to take it. Suddenly, when her fingers were mere inches away from the abalone, the other diver's hand shot out and grasped her arm. Shocked, the young diver frantically struggled to pull away, but it was too late. Slowly, inevitably, she was dragged down in the depths of the ocean. Over time, this being came to be known as Tomokazuki, Together Diver. Due to it taking on an identical appearance to its victims, divers are warned to never accept Tomokazuki's offerings in the depths, lest they suffer the same fate. The Tomokazuki is still greatly feared by Ama divers in modern times, and the Seimon and Domon symbols inscribed on items they take with them when diving are charms to protect them from it. Seimon and Domon. Excuse me. protective symbols widely worn by Ama divers in Shima and Toba. The star-shaped symbol is known as Seimon, and the lattice-like symbol is known as Domon. The two symbols are often embroidered side by side or drawn on cloth using purple dye made from shells. They are worn by Ama divers when diving to ward off potential disasters that might befall them at sea. Hey Azami, about the Tomokazuki just now. Yeah? Do you think it has anything to do with what we've been looking into? Recollection? I like the pointer being like, you should click on that! Unlocked past recollection chapter, Yusumi Nikuchi, something I want to do. Okay. Oh, hi, storyteller. My apologies for the interruption. I'd like to take this chance to inform you about a unique ability of yours, the recollection feature. But to make things clear, I must first tell you about the story chart. From here on, you will return to this screen, the story chart it breaks in the story. You see, the story you will witness will not necessarily unfold in chronological order. This screen will allow you to see where each chapter lies in the grand scheme of things, as well as select where you wish to proceed to next. If the icon for a chapter is not dim, that indicates it has not been fully completed. Generally speaking, completing a chapter will unlock the next chapter immediately after it. However, there will occasionally be times when a recollection button will appear during the story, as you experienced just now. Pressing this button will allow you to delve into a memory evoked by certain words in the text, which will in turn unlock a new chapter, a past recollection chapter, for you to experience. A most remarkable ability, is it not? Once you've unlocked such a chapter, it will become available in the story chart for you to peruse as you wish. This ability will be key in unraveling the tale before you, so be sure to press the recollection button when you see it come up. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. Alright, thank you, storyteller. If so... could your mom have become an Ama diver because she wanted to find the Tomokazuki? But she wouldn't have worn something with this charm on it if that were true, right? Good point. No, I don't know, but we still saw the Tomokazuki even though we had it, right? Is that all you wanted to talk about? There's more. No, there's more. Actually, this might be the most important part. I realize there's something I need to do after this, something really important. Hey, so you found a lead down there after all? I'm serious, if I don't pull this off, something terrible is gonna happen. Hey, I believe you. Go on, tell me everything. Okay, yeah, I was wondering if maybe I should... Okay, so this is just like going underwater, this is the next thing, and this is the recollection. I think I want to do the recollection next, obviously, right? I guess this is what it must look like when it's dimmed out, since I'm done with this section now. Underwater gathering seems to still be lit, but I don't know if I need to do that immediately. I'm actually gonna get up again for a second, everybody, okay? And I will be right back, and then we'll check out the recollection, okay? Whoosh.
Stay tuned.
cocky little freaks! Don't party just yet.
Andros is an insane fool.
What the heck?
Andros is an insane fool.
No medicine left.
Why can't anything go right?
Especially since you bought merchandise.
Bingo!
Yikes!
Are you okay? Basta Wolf!
Let's burn it up!
Bingo!
Ja-ja-jan!
How silly you are. Ah, what agony. Hey, taxi!
What the heck?
On the green!
I wonder how my robots are doing.
Autobahn.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I just snacked on a delicious chocolate chip cookie. That was nice. Hell yeah, yeah. Fuck yes.
I'm a car now too.
Yeah, let's hear some more congratulations in the chat for my cookie that I ate. Alright, let's check out the recollection. A day before he sets off for the sea as an Ama diver, Yuza Minakuchi asks Azami Kumoi to meet him at the Kante Kisho ruins. Typo. They missed a space. Look at that. I don't know if I can keep reading this anymore after seeing this. I think the stream has to end. I think we have to refund the game right away. I'm just kidding. The Kante Kisho ruins. I see, I see. If you say you want to be an Ama diver, then of course you've got my full support. But something tells me you're not just doing this for sea. Oh, he looks weird in his normal outfit. He's just kind of a dork in his normal outfit. The Ama diver clothes are like cool. This is like dweeb central over here. He's got like a dipshit polo shirt and some khakis. I don't know. The other guy is wearing jorts. Yeah, but like the black t-shirt and like the cutoff jorts like communicate his like the fact that like he does go out on a boat and stuff, right? Like he's casual, but like he's gonna be putting his legs in the water and stuff. And oh no, Muteki, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's it. It's fine to wear this. It's genuinely fine to wear this. It's genuinely okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the over-the-top clowning is funny. Okay, good. Yeah. He's ready for picture days. It's the thing. He's applying to a GameStop job, yeah. People are bound to talk if you become an Ama diver here. You must have some other reason. One big enough to risk everyone running their mouths. I know I couldn't hide anything from you, Azami. Wouldn't take me even 0.2 seconds to see through one of your lies. So what's up? Tell me everything. These are the ruins of an old wartime building, the Kante Kisho. The building's been abandoned, so hardly anyone ever comes here, which makes it the perfect place for private meetings. The Kante Kisho ruins. The remains of this wartime structure are located atop a hill in eastern Kamishima. It was constructed to observe the impact of... It's funny, a lot of this... A lot of this has been, you know, like, real information, but because it's on Kamishima, we know it's fake, I guess. It was constructed to observe the impact points of shells fired from a test firing range operated by the former Army Ministry at Cape Irago on the opposite shore. Similar observation facilities were also built on Sugashima Island in Ichika, a town on the Shima Peninsula. Having been abandoned after the Second World War, the observation post has since fallen into disrepair, and entry is now forbidden to the general public. Okay. Surely there must be sticker. Surely they've got sticker here. There seems to be no sticker. I'm upset. I wanted sticker. Even though he's got a lot on his plate, Azami agreed to meet up the moment I said something. He's been looking out for me ever since I came back. I couldn't ask for a better friend. These guys are so in love. Hey, Azami. What I'm about to say is going to sound pretty crazy. You still want to hear it? Sure, bring it on! Thanks. I'll come right out and say it then. I'm looking for a mermaid, and I need to find one by tomorrow. Oh, a mermaid, huh? And by tomorrow at that. It's gonna be tough.
That's normal.
I'm being serious. In fact, I've never been more serious. I really do have to find a mermaid by tomorrow. He's blushing. About mermaids. I can tell you're not joking by the look in your face. You get some sort of reason for saying this, right? Go on, I'm listening. Thanks, Azami. I should be able to tell Azami everything, right? Mermaid search reason. Is it okay if I talk a little about the disaster 5 years ago? Ah, the disaster, huh? If you're okay with it, sure. I was in middle school at the time, and my parents had taken me out into the bay on a little fishing boat. A massive storm came out of nowhere and sank all 3 fishing boats that got caught up in it. I was the only one who survived. Yeah, it was really terrible. The Southern Sea disaster. A localized storm that broke out in the sea to the south of Kamishima around 5 years ago, resulting in a maritime accident in which a total of 10 people went missing. 3 fishing vessels that had set out to sea from Kamishima were suddenly caught in an unanticipated storm and foundered, leaving all but one of the 11 fishermen and ama divers on board missing. The ships were later dredged up and searched. There was not a single body discovered. The sole survivor was Yuza Minakuchi, who was a middle school student at the time. His parents, Tosuke Minakuchi and Mare Minakuchi, as well as Azami Kumoi's father, Kyokichi Kumoi, were among the victims. Locals in the area reportedly heard an eerie rumbling from the sea on the morning of the incident. List of casualties. Medium-sized fishing vessel Daiichi Kyosui Maru foundered. Captain Kyokichi Kumoi and all 5 crew members reported missing. Small-sized fishing vessel Ome Maru foundered. Captain Yukiji Nishikawa and 1 passenger, identity unknown, reported missing. Small-sized fishing vessel Minakuchi Maru foundered. Captain Tosuke Minakuchi and 1 other crew member reported missing. One passenger recovered with slight injuries, dissociative amnesia due to psychological trauma. Interesting. The sole survivor. When the boat the Minakuchi family was on was about to sink, Mare and Tosuke Minakuchi put a life buoy on their son Yuza and helped him escape the boat before the waves engulfed it. Despite the slim chances of survival in such a dire situation, Yuza was miraculously found drifting in the sea the next day, still wearing the life buoy, and was successfully rescued. Although he had no external injuries, the shock of the accident had left him in a state of confusion and he has little memory of what happened at the time. The accident plunged Kamishima into a state of deep sorrow. Fishermen and ama divers temporarily stopped listen fishing to mourn, and a memorial was erected to honor the lost. Perhaps due to his memory loss, the sole survivor Yuza appeared relatively composed in contrast to the grief of those around him. Many found this unnerving, and Yuza became increasingly isolated from the rest of the community. No. Everybody grieves differently. This is sad. I hate when this happens. Azami Kumoi, himself having lost his father in the accident, tried to support him however he could, reasoning that he was still better off than Yuza, who had lost both his parents before his very eyes. As investigations continued, questions arose about what the Minakuchi family had been doing in the vicinity of the disaster, despite not having gone out to fish. Yuza only remembered his parents telling him to come with them, and the purpose of their excursion remains unclear to this day. Interesting. It was not long before speculation began that Mare Minakuchi had done something to incur the wrath of the god of the sea, and the islanders, already suspicious of her due to her mysterious background, were quick to condemn her, citing the sudden localized nature of the storm. In contrast, only words of sympathy were spoken for her husband Tosuke. Yeah, rural towns do this, it's true. As rumors that Mare had brought disaster to Kamishima continued to spread, Yuza's grandmother, Tsuyu Minakuchi, sent him away from the island to board at a high school on the mainland. She had sensed the islanders' resentment beginning to turn towards Yuza and hoped to shield him from becoming an even greater target of their ire. Even now, 5 years after the accident, feelings of animosity towards Mare Minakuchi remain deeply ingrained in the people of Kamishima. With the truth of the accident still shrouded in mystery, deep scars and suspicions continue to linger in the hearts of many of the islanders. That would be why people would be talking if Yuza became an ama diver. I understand. So what about the disaster did you want to talk about? Well, I've recently started to remember some things about what happened. For real? I know your memories of the disaster were kind of hazy due to the shock. But it's great that you're starting to remember. Is it? Well, I guess. Oh, but I guess it's not exactly something you'd want to remember, huh? Sorry for getting all fired up. Yeah, because of his parents dying and everything. It's okay. It actually hasn't bothered me as much as I thought it would. Thanks for worrying about me, though. It's just that the things I've remembered are a bit strange, so I couldn't bring myself to say anything. Sorry for keeping quiet up to now. Strange, huh? Well, I can see why you'd want to keep it to yourself, all things considered. Don't sweat it. So about the accident, I like this thinking pose. This is good. When we ran into the storm, our boat got caught in a whirlpool and started to sink. My parents gave me a life buoy and lowered me into the water. They were frantic, and I was too stunned to do anything but go along with what was happening. Yeah, the artist for the Paranormasight games is just really incredible. Really, really great, like, expression and posing work. I can imagine. That must have been really scary. The waves were knocking me around, so it took everything I had just to hold on to the buoy. In the end, I just watched as the boat was swallowed by the water. I couldn't do anything else. It wasn't anything you could have done. It wasn't your fault, Yuza. But right after that, this huge wave came crashing down on me. And I got dragged down into the depths of the sea, life buoy and all. Huh? You got pulled under? But I thought... Yeah, up until now I thought I'd managed to miraculously stay afloat until I got rescued. But I remember now. I was pulled down underneath the waves. I remember being caught in a current and tossed all about underwater. I couldn't breathe. I was so sure I was going to die there. But then someone grabbed my hand. Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying? I was barely conscious by that point, so it's not like I saw them clearly or anything. But I'm certain someone was there with me. Someone who grabbed hold of me and pulled me to safety. And from what I remember... You're saying they were a mermaid? Exactly. The mermaid. Was saved by a mermaid. That's kind of where I thought this was going, yeah. So you were saved by a mermaid. I'm sure of it. And it looked exactly like what first comes to mind when you hear the word mermaid. I don't know why. This is a really funny way to say that. It looked exactly like what you're thinking when I say mermaid, okay? It was a mermaid that looked like a fucking mermaid. A real mermaid, huh? But it was a really extreme situation, so it's entirely possible I was just seeing things. Which would mean I called you out here just to talk to you about some hallucination I had. And if that's the case, I'm gonna be super embarrassed. Really good zoom in. I love that. I love that he keeps saying this. That he's like, I've wasted your time talking about some hallucination I had. That's super embarrassing. I mean, you're standing here talking to me now, right? So you must have gotten out of that situation somehow. And I can't imagine any normal person being able to stay afloat in a storm like that, let alone managing to save someone. Same. It had to be some sort of superhuman or something, or not human at all. Man, who would have guessed there were mermaids here in Issei? If I really was saved by a mermaid, I owe them my life. I'd like to thank them in person if possible. Makes sense. That's why you're looking for them, huh? But why the time limit? Well, if we manage to find them, I gotta thank them for saving you too. So I was thinking of heading to where the disaster happened and diving there to see if I can find anything. Wait. Are you sure? You almost died there. I'll be fine. In fact, since I've never gone near since the disaster happened, I was also thinking I'd like to do something to honor my parents and your dad's memory. Yeah, I'd like to at least offer flowers if nothing else. The others here have always kept their distance, but it's not like going there is forbidden or anything. Let's do it! Thanks, Asami. I owe you one. These boys are nice. I like these boys. Anything change around here? Anybody peeking through the windows? They're good boys. But there's no guarantee the mermaid will still be around there, right? I'm thinking it'd be good to have more of a lead before we head out there. About that, do you mind if I say something crazy? Again? Sure, what's up? You remember my mom, right? Of course I remember Mrs. Mari. Well, she wasn't originally from Kameshima, but she met my dad when she moved here and ended up marrying him. I want to see 2 mermaids, yeah! But even to me, she never really seemed to fit in here. Was your mom a mermaid? Do you think it was your mom that saved you? She turned back into a mermaid and disappeared into the ocean after saving your life? Why does Asami keep doing duck face? That's just like... It's just like a specialty of the artist for Paranormasight. There's a lot of duck face in the previous game too. It was awesome. Well, I can't really disagree there. She never spoke to me much either. Some people even outright told me not to talk to her, you know. Said she was suspicious because we didn't know anything about her. Stuff like that. I guess that's understandable. She didn't really involve herself in community activities and almost never participated in local events. It felt like she was always keeping her distance from the other islanders somehow. 20 years here and she was still considered an outsider. Yeah, I never knew how to bring it up to you, but I always kind of wondered. Was there some sort of reason for that? Not as far as I know. Dad and Gran never seemed to mind, so I figured that's just how she was. But looking back at things now, it was pretty weird. Mare Minakuchi. Yusa Minakuchi's mother, having gone missing in the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago, she was declared dead a year later after search parties found no sign of her. More than 20 years ago, Mare Somekawa arrived on Kamishima with no possessions to her name, expressing that she had taken a liking to the local environment and wanted to move there. Okay. However, she remained tight-lipped about her background, only revealing that she was from a small town out in the mountains, and that she had to leave her home for undisclosed reasons. And although her request to move to Kamishima was accepted, many islanders remained suspicious of her. After settling on the island, she showed an interest in the ama lifestyle and eventually took it up after displaying a talent for freediving, with Tsuyu Minakuchi acting as her instructor. During this time, she grew close to Tosuke Minakuchi, Tsu's only son, and eventually married him a few years later. The two would go on to have a son of their own, whom they named Yusa. Despite this, Mare was unable to fully shake the air of mystery that surrounded her, and many islanders continued to question whether her presence on the island might cause trouble down the line. Something of a free spirit, her nonconformist ways and somewhat naive personality meant that she was often absent of local activities, leading to further criticism from a portion of the population. Some also reported frequently spotting her wandering the island after she first moved there, seemingly looking for something, or catching sight of her doing something on the shore in the middle of the night. Interesting. Fortunately, her mother-in-law, Tsuyu Minakuchi, was a person of no small influence on Kamishima, and no one dared to openly persecute Mare under Tsuyu's watchful eye. The 3 generations lived peacefully under the same roof for more than 10 years, until the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster tore them apart. Since her disappearance in the disaster 5 years prior, a growing number of people have accused her of somehow being responsible, citing her various instances of suspicious behavior as justification. Ridiculous. Well, I guess even I thought she was a little bit of an oddball at times. You say that, but I think you're getting to be pretty similar to her. What? Really? Yep, what's that saying? March into the beat of your own drum? You're both like that. Really? I never realized. I've been so blind. A blind fool. Yep, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Huh? Why'd you bring up your mom all of a sudden? Well, looking back now, there were a few things that always bothered me. Oh? For a start, no one ever told me where my mom was from. She was also a natural at ama diving, but I never saw her eat any seafood. And sometimes at night, she'd suddenly say she wanted to go look at the sea before going out, and not coming back for hours. Huh, I guess that is all pretty weird, yeah. That's not all. When I was sorting through my mom's belongings, I found this. We usually keep it in the family altar, but I brought it along today to show you. Ooh, beautiful. What is that, a fish scale? It's huge. It's gotta be at least 7 or 8 centimeters long. I always just figured she'd held on to it because it was a rare find. But once I remembered the mermaid, I began to wonder. It sounds like your mom loved the ocean, dude. Yeah! Simple as that! What fish could the scale have come from? And why was my mom holding on to it? Whoa, hold it right there. You're not saying... I am. The mermaid who rescued me back then was... I mean, surely it was your mom. I already said this. I think it was my mom. What do you think? I don't know. It's pretty out there. Could that even be possible? So your theory is your mom used to be a mermaid, but she became a human so she could live among us? Yeah, but she turned back into a mermaid when the disaster happened, and wasn't able to come back afterwards. How does that sound? I don't know. But after hearing your story, I can't just dismiss it out of hand either. If that's really the case... I kind of wonder what would have happened if I picked that. The Blue Planet we saw by Blue Crab, self-published on Amazon and Fanbox. Yeah? And my mom is really is still out there in the sea somewhere, even if in a different form. I was thinking it'd be nice if I could see her again. It might be because they're still treated as missing instead of dead, but it still hasn't really sunk in that my parents are gone. Well, good night, Anarchdovey. See you later. I know what you mean. Sometimes it feels like my pops is just gonna show up at home again like nothing ever happened. Though even if your mom's alive, I guess it'd be hard for her to show up if she's back in her mermaid form now. The blue star we saw that day... It's about the ocean and being lesbians. Wait, I want to see that. I've got to see that, actually. I think I need to see that. If my mom really does have some sort of connection to mermaids, then maybe that was the reason she never really fit in here. It might help clear up any mistaken impressions the others have of her anyway. I see. So you think that by trying out armor diving like your mom did, you might be able to find something out? And maybe if you're lucky, you'll run into a mermaid in the process. Yeah. And if I really am descended from mermaids somehow, it's possible that diving might awaken something in me. I see. That's why they were wondering if he would feel any different or something. Oh, right. I hadn't thought of that. I guess if your legs suddenly become fins, we'll know for sure if you're a second-generation mermaid. If my mom was a mermaid, surely the villagers will accept her in retrospect. Yeah. Okay, I think I've gotten the gist of what you want to do now. Thanks for understanding, Azami. I haven't been happy with how people have been treating you ever since the disaster either, and what they say about your mom. If there's anything I can do to clear the air, I want help. Thanks, I appreciate it. Forest Femme with Advanced Mermaid subclass. Yeah, now we're talking. Though I don't know how people will react if you suddenly start talking about mermaids. It might be best to keep quiet about that part for now and just see you looking into your mom. What do you think? Yeah, I think that'll be best. Okay, now we got that settled, how about we head out tomorrow morning? That sound good to you? Yep, I've been doing some training in secret, so I'm all set. Still the same thoughts. Still, having to find a mermaid by tomorrow is pretty sudden. What's up with the tight deadline? Yeah, this is what I'm wondering about. Well... Sorry, I can't say right now. If we manage to find one, I'll explain everything, I promise. Well, as long as you tell me later, it's all good. Oh, here's an idea. If you're in that much of a rush, how about we talk to Tsukasa and Sato? Maybe they'll be able to help out. I wonder, it would be nice to have more help. would they even believe me? The whole thing is pretty crazy after all. Besides, Tsukasa's going back to the mainland soon. I'd hate to bother her now. True. Still knowing Tsukasa, she might be surprisingly on board with the whole thing.
See, I knew he'd be here.
Whoa! Speak of the devil! Gah! When did you two get here?
Oh, talking about something you didn't want us to hear, were you?
The girls are very cute. Tsukasa especially is like super cute. I really like her hair.
Boys will be boys, I guess.
Childhood friend. Tsukasa, wow. She's an apprentice diver. Girl born and raised on Kamishima. She has a bright, friendly nature and an inquisitive personality. Currently in her second year of high school, she boasts excellent grades and sharp intuition. She's been staying at a relative's house in Ise City since last year in order to attend an all-girls high school on the mainland, and is currently back on Kamishima for summer break. Despite this, she frequently makes trips back to the island on weekends, and has been trying her hand at underwater gathering since the current diving season began, having long been interested in the Ama lifestyle. Her estimated diver rank is 6. However, her teachers have been strongly encouraging her to aim for a national university. Oh wow! What you say when you see that good character design, yeah! She's been friends with Azami Kumoe and Yusumi Takuchi since childhood, with their close rapport making up for their difference in academic years, and it was more common to find her playing with the two boys than with girls her own age and up until middle school. However, since leaving the island to attend high school, she has grown more conscious of their age difference and has put some distance between herself and them. She hit it off immediately with Sato Shiranami, a girl who came to Kamishima to lodge with the Wakamuras a few months ago, and was looking forward to showing her around the island and helping her adapt to life there whenever she returns home. 18 years ago, her still pregnant mother, Nagisa Wao, moved to Kamishima alone before giving birth to Tsukasa shortly afterwards. Tsukasa subsequently grew up in a single mother household. Although she used to occasionally ask her mother about her father, her questions were always evaded, so she has since stopped inquiring. However, the fact that her mother never seems to have any financial difficulty despite not working has led her to quietly suspect he might still be involved in some way. I see. I know I'm gonna love the girls. 'Cause I'm the girl lover. Hey, you got us all wrong. We weren't talking about anything like that. Yeah, you gotta hear me out, Tsukasa. I was powerless to resist. I refused at first, but Azami insisted and... The blushing.
Oh? Tell me more.
You might as well admit it, Yuza. And Sato, what's with the sudden keen interest? The enigmatic girl, Sato Shiranami. Her occupation is house guest. A mysterious girl currently lodging with Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Roughly 3 months ago, Sato suddenly arrived on Kamishima claiming that she was the child of a relative of the Wakamuras. She showed no sign of attending school or doing any sort of work, instead spending her days holed up in the Wakamura household, leading many islanders to wonder just who she is and what she's doing there. Those who know about Wakamura's high-interest money lending behind the scenes speculate that she might be the daughter of one of his borrowers, sent to work as a domestic servant to pay off a debt. But Sato herself is extremely easygoing and doesn't seem to be bothered by the endless rumors. A huge television fan, she spends much of her spare time glued to the set in the Wakamura household, with her most recent obsessions being soap operas and 2-hour thrillers. However, she isn't all that fond of period dramas. She is good friends with Tsukasa Oao, who is close to her in age, and the two can often be seen enjoying themselves wandering the island together. How nice. I can kind of see it. Glasses, hairband, I get it, It's a little Daphne and Velma, sort of. Let's all calm down, okay? It's not like that. We were having a perfectly normal conversation. Yeah, sure. Anyway. Hey, don't just brush me off! You're getting pretty worked up, Asami. Don't act all innocent! You're the one who caused this mess, you know!
Sorry to interrupt your fun, but I really did have something to say. Folks are worried you haven't showed up to the association meeting, Azami. You should probably get going.
Oh, damn, the meeting, it totally slipped my mind! Sorry, Yuza. I gotta go for now, but I'll get in touch later. No problem. Thanks for coming even though you're so busy.
I guess we'll be on our way too then. Sorry, but we've got some important business of our own to handle. We won't be able to help out with whatever you're up to.
Let's recall.
Unlock past recollection chapter, Sato Shiranami.
So did you hear what we were talking about?
Only the part where my name came up. I didn't want to be nosy though.
I see. Well, thanks for coming all the way out here to get Azami.
I don't know what you guys are up to, but you piqued my interest. You should have told me all about it later, Kay. Anyway, see you later. Come on, Sato. Roger. Oh. One more thing. You better not forget about the day after tomorrow. Tell Azami he better remember too.
The peace sign pose is really good. Sure, I'll tell him later. Oh, okay. This is probably cleared out because it's all dimmed now, but this... I wonder if maybe there's an alternate route from here or something at some point. I gotta see the Sato timeline. Sato Shiranami, recollection. Having grown close to each other, Tsukasa Awao tells Sato Shiranami that she has something important to discuss, and she's blushing. Sato, you got a sec? So, I was hoping to get a bit of advice. Thing is, you're the only one I can really talk to about this. Sure, what's up? If you've got a problem, leave it to me. Kameshima's living, walking, talking encyclopedia. Wow, that's a pretty impressive title, Miss Encyclopedia. Although I think the walking, talking kinda implies you're living already. Either way, I hope you can help. You know that even if it kills me, I'll squeeze every last brain cell I've got to help you, Tsukasa. That's awesome. Good for her. Right, but you're supposed to be a living encyclopedia, so please don't go dying on me. Thanks for being there for me, though. Come on, let's go somewhere with no one else around then. Chuo Street. Pardon me a moment, young ladies. Yes? You mean us? Yes. Sorry for the trouble, but I was hoping to get some directions. Oh, are you here sightseeing? Welcome to Kamishima. I'm afraid it's not quite as relaxing as sightseeing. We're looking for the Wakamura residence. Would you happen to know where it is? The Wakamura residence. May I ask who you are? Oh, of course. Please pardon my manners. My name is Yumeko Shiki, a housewife from over in Tokyo. The Tokyo housewife. You know I love when there's a housewife in Paranormasight. She seems interesting. Oh, a housewife. And this here is Soto Kiryu. He's something like an assistant to me. My pleasure. Yumeko's assistant. Yumeko Shiki. Her age is a secret. a housewife from Tokyo who came to Kamishima to visit Wakamura. He's 25 years old. A man who visited Kamishima alongside Yumeko Shiki. We won't learn very much about them just yet, I guess. Oh, you must be guests for the old man. The Wakamura home is just up the slope after you head through that alley. It's a bit of a maze, though. Want me to show you? Ah, so it was that way. Thank you, but I believe we can manage from here. Believe it or not, we've been running all around the region. We're quite used to the area now. Gasp! Some kind of corpse. Desiccated. The Futami Gaura investigation. Also, her eyes are very green. Very interesting eyes she has. Got it. Take care then. Man, is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. We'll be on our way then. Sorry for stopping you. Huh. These two had a really strange vibe. The old man sure gets some unusual guests. Yeah, there was something about them. Don't you think that's the kind of aura that sorcerers would give off? I know what you're getting at. I've heard those rumors too. Everyone's saying that the old man Wakamura has been super reliant on some shady sorcerer lately. I see. Shinobu Wakamura, the local magnate. The single most influential person on Kamishima. Although born to an ordinary fishing family on the island, he entered his 20s during the post-war economic boom, and through tireless work and juggling multiple side jobs, he managed to amass a small fortune over the years. He went on to invest this fortune into the development of Kamishima, not only upgrading its fishing equipment, but also improving the island's infrastructure to entice businesses to set up shop on the island, efforts that have earned him the appreciation of people all over the island. He currently holds many key positions on the island, including serving as head of the Kamishima Fisheries Cooperative Association, and it is said that his appointment as the next mayor of Kamishima is all but confirmed. Although admired for his many contributions to Kamishima's development, his personality leaves much to be desired, with many stories of him using force to get things to go his way. He is often high-handed in his dealings with others, fully aware that his position makes it difficult to oppose him. Having moved his main home and base of operations to the mainland many years prior, there are abundant rumors that he has since added loan sharking and land grabbing to the list of ways he's willing to add to his sizable fortune. It is said that he has recently become an ardent devotee of a certain famous sorcerer in Tokyo, and often relies on their guidance when making decisions. Interesting. People are always getting rich and corrupt in the post-war boom and then getting into sorcery. That's so true. This is always happening in a 1980s Japan. They did say they were from Tokyo. Maybe they really are sorcerers. Whatever. Come on, Sato, let's go. Yep. Oh, our first world map moment. We go to the bay. Okay, this spot should work fine. Oh man, now that I'm actually about to talk about it, I'm getting super nervous. Stickers? Stickers? Any stickers? You got any stickers around here? This little bay is quite hard to find, so hardly anyone ever comes here, including tourists, which makes it a great place to talk in secret. They gotta have stickers for me somewhere, right? Right? Maybe they don't have stickers. Any stickers on the sun? The clouds.
Tsukasa asking me for advice. Something must be really weighing on her. She's usually so quick to decide and act on anything. This is rare for her. Alrighty, you said you wanted some advice, so let's hear it. How can I help you, Miss Tsukasa?
Well, I do want your advice, but I'm not really sure where to start.
Wow, I guess this really isn't an easy topic for her. In that case, let me start her off with another topic to loosen her up.
Let's talk about TV.
Oh, Tsukasa, that reminds me. Did you catch the 2-hour suspense drama the other day?
Right. You said you were looking forward to it.
I didn't see it.
Ma was watching a period drama.
Darn, that actor you like had a good part. He turned out to be the killer, though.
Oh, I wish I could have watched it. You did just kind of spoil it, though. Wish we had a VCR like yours. You can record music shows and watch them over and over, right? That sounds amazing. Not many houses on the island have one, though.
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a luxury, but being able to record and keep TV programs is the best.
You love TV way more than I do. It's great you can enjoy it whenever you like.
Now that we heard her talk, she suddenly looks like she can't get the words out. Maybe I should be the one to nudge and ask from my side. She actually looks like she's kind of embarrassed. I'm worried for her, but I have to say she also looks kind of cute like this.
They're gonna break my heart with these two.
I guess I'd be heading back to the mainland soon now that the Obon holidays are over.
Yeah, I head back to my boarding school in 3 days, so I've only got until the day after tomorrow to take it easy here.
Right, time sure flew by. I'm really gonna miss you.
Me too. Only 2 days, huh? 2 days. Oh, what am I gonna do?
I guess whatever she wants advice on is time sensitive.
Yeah, about that. How do I even put this?
Looks like she hasn't loosened up much yet. Maybe I should start from a different angle.
Oh, okay. More TV? You really can't get enough of your TV.
Oh, you think I watch too much?
How much did you watch this summer?
Well... I guess I'm pretty much always watching whenever I'm home.
Nice! You should thank Old Man Wakamura for letting you watch as much as you want.
We're hardly ever allowed to watch TV at boarding school.
Even home, I'm always fighting over what to watch with Ma. It makes it damn hard for me to keep up the conversations at school, you know?
TV's just got too much influence on everyone. Can't blame him either. It is pretty fun. Speaking of TV, I saw something on the morning news.
Yeah, what happened?
They said an Ama diver on the mainland went missing at sea.
Oh yeah, I saw that too. I hope they find her safe.
Apparently they're still searching, but it goes to show how dangerous being an Ama diver is.
Yeah, even I've had a couple of moments out there that have been way too close. When the catch is right in front of you, it's easy to think you can go a little bit further and end up pushing it just too far.
Sounds scary. You be careful out there. Now that I think about it, a little while back, there was that story about old human bones found in the seabed near Toba.
Whoa, I never heard about that one. That really happened? Creepy. Maybe it was someone who went missing at sea. I just hope it isn't like a curse or anything.
Yeah, the sea can be pretty scary.
The old Ama grannies always told us, We islanders live with the sea. Never forget how fearsome it can be.
That's why the Ama divers wear charms and mind the proper rites, right? Yeah, gratitude, manners, and restraint towards the sea are never to be forgotten. It's the first thing they teach you when you start diving. Any more TV stuff? You know, Sato, compared to when you first arrived on the island, you've really brightened up. Might be thanks to all the TV. Oh? Was I really that gloomy before? Yeah, up until about a month ago, it felt like there was a little cloud hanging over you whenever you spoke. It was like you were kind of depressed all the time. Like nothing in the world really mattered to you. So that's how I came off. Sorry for being such a downer. Yeah, you didn't crack jokes like you do now either. But this you? Way better. Having fun and stuff going on really brought you to life. Makes sense. I'll try to keep up the positivity. That's cute. Paranormasight, the witch's brew. So the plans you were talking about for the day after tomorrow. I guess it's a get-together with the others before you head back? Yeah, that's right. Plans with the Zami and Yuza. I couldn't give them much time this trip, so I figured they might be feeling a bit left out. Makes sense. You're pretty close friends. There's so much blushing happening here. Totally. Even grown up, they still do the dumbest stuff. Just can't leave them be. Maybe I should leave you all to enjoy it without me then? No way! They're the lucky ones to have someone as cute as you come along with me. Yeah? Man, can't believe my summer break's already coming to an end. Yeah, that's kind of sad. Okay, maybe it's advice time. Yeah, come on! They're going so hard on it. They're gonna break my heart. Okay, I'm ready. I'll just say it. Go ahead. So the thing is, I think I like someone. All right, go on. We'll hardly get to see each other anymore soon. I want to tell him how I feel while I'm still on the island. Makes sense. I'll help however I can. It's Kameshima's living encyclopedia. I've seen this all on TV before. Him flips the table. I know. It was inevitable. I don't know that this game is going to give us the 1980s lesbian couple, sadly. I'm sorry. Yeah, we could all feel it coming. I probably know a thing or two that can help, for sure. Yeah, you don't sound all that confident, which kind of makes me a little nervous, but I can tell you mean it. Thanks. I just don't really know what to do. Sound of the waves and cicadas surround us. It's your typical summer day. Okay, a little small talk and she seems to have calmed down a bit. So Tsukasa's got someone she likes. I never expected the talk to go in this direction. But I want her to be happy, so I'll support her no matter what happens. So, which of the two is the lucky guy? Huh? Who do you mean? Oh, no way! Don't tell me you think I like Azami or Yuza! Wait, you mean it's not one of them? Me falling for one of them? Not a chance! They're basically like brothers to me. I could never picture a romantic relationship with them. Oops. Sorry, I I just assumed.
Those guys are dorks. So true.
I call myself the living, walking, talking encyclopedia and brag that I've seen it all on TV, but I guess I don't really know anything. Sorry, this is so embarrassing. I'm gonna go die now.
Whoa, don't sweat it. Really, no dying.
But then, who is it?
No point dragging it out, so I'll just tell you. It's Shotaro. Yeah? This guy? Are you sure? Are you sure? I mean, I know you're I know you're asking the wrong girl here, but he kind of seems nothing to me. This is just kind of some guy, Tsukasa. Yeah, the ghostly horizon image of the boy she likes is very funny. His hair is feathered very specifically and he has a popped collar. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess.
Ah, Mr. Wakamura's son. I see. Yeah.
Something about zooming in on the ghostly image of him here is so nuts to me.
He's sincere, smart, and pretty handsome. I can see why you'd like him.
Right? He's back visiting the island at the moment, but he usually goes to university in Tokyo. I've secretly admired him for ages, but I always thought he just saw me as a kid. I figured he'd never be interested in... just interested. Sorry.
Oh, the giant boy peeking over the horizon. Well, he is very tall. But now I go to school on the mainland by myself, and I'm even working as an Ama diver. I think he might see me more as an adult now. More than before, anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. So you want to let him know how you feel while he's still on the island?
Maybe it's all just one-sided on my end, but I can't keep these feelings bottled up.
Then tell him. I'm with you.
Shotaro Wakamura, the only son of Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Due to his father's influence, he was pampered by those around him from an early age, but he grew up to be a pleasant and sincere young man despite this attention. He is well regarded by those who know him, often being told that he's been blessed with a sharp intellect, good looks, and a variety of talents. He is currently attending a university in Tokyo and is back on Kamishima for summer break. Although his father Shinobu and wants Shotaro to inherit the influence and wealth he has spent much of his life building up, Shotaro himself has no intention of doing so. On the contrary, he's skeptical of the old-fashioned, insular ways of island society and regards his father as the very embodiment of those outdated mores, viewing him with utter disgust for his overbearing, vulgar tendencies and superstitious beliefs. Wow. Look, I'll accept it if I'm wrong. I really feel like this guy's gonna turn up dead. I don't know. This portrait to me, for whatever reason, doesn't really scream we made a bunch of emotion poses for this guy. I don't know. He's kind of an Ace Attorney victim, yeah. think Sato has death clues? No, she's one of the player characters. You're staying with the Wakamuras right now, yeah? Know anything about him that might help? Oh, I'm afraid Miss Encyclopedia might not have that kind of info. You don't have much info at all, do you?
I mean, he's honestly not home most of the time, so there's a lot I don't know about him. Feels like he's always got something to do, checking in on folks all over the island. Like, I don't suppose you know if he has a girlfriend in Tokyo or anything. I'm afraid I'm not sure. Tokyo's packed with beautiful girls, right? A guy like him won't be left alone for long. Well, from what I've seen, I haven't noticed him keeping in touch with anyone. Then what about what he likes? Something he'd be happy to get. This pose is really good, by the way. I really like this one. Let me think. Sorry, nothing's coming to mind at all. I really may as well just go die somewhere. I really like Tsukasa, yeah? Come on, don't say that. Thinking it through with me is more than enough. You've gotta stop joking about dying like that. I want to tell Shotaro how I feel by the day after tomorrow. What do you think I should do? Oh, Tsukasa, how about this? I'm pretty sure I can ask Shotaro to meet us somewhere. I'll organize that for now, and we can plan from there. How does that sound? Ooh, sounds good! Thanks so much, Sato! Yeah, her little V mouth is very good. I like the skeptical squinting face that Sato is doing. These two are so cute. So we kicked around ideas the whole way back, but in the end, writing a love letter and handing it to him is the best call. That's the plan, yeah? Yep, since way back when, the tried and true way has always been a love letter. The classic method, I like it! You're heading out to dive tomorrow morning, right? Yeah, weather's looking good. Alrighty, then I'll ask them to come to the bay a little afternoon. That work for you? Yeah, I just need to have the letter ready for tomorrow. Hey, can you look it over before I give it to him? Of course. I'll fix it up even if it kills me. Thanks. I'll write it even if it kills me too. Oh, I'm already so nervous. Hey, you two over there. Huh? Is that who I think it is? Her pose is so awesome. She's got such great poses. Ah, it is! It's Shotaro! Oh wow, speak of the devil. Hey, sorry to interrupt. The magnate's son, Shotaro Wakamura. Oh, he's totally glowing as usual. Is something wrong? Have you seen Azami? He didn't show up to today's association meeting. Oh, I see. I haven't seen him today. I think I know where he is. I'll go get him. Oh, you do? I knew I could count on you, Tsukasa. This fucking guy, I hate him. I want him to die so bad. I'll let you handle it then. Sure, no problem. There's no way he's like doing the sparkle sound effect and winking and saluting like that. And there isn't something fishy going on with this guy. Oh man, he called me by my name. I'm so fired up right now. Let's do this. Yeah, let's. First off, let's find those two. Bet they're up at the Kantekisha ruins. Let's go, Sato. Right behind you. Alright, all done. Yumeko is here now. Oh. I forgot that you can, like, zoom in on these. Crazy. I want to know about Yumeko. You know, they're like getting you started on the timeline way sooner than they did in the first game, I feel like. They're really just kind of like, yeah, we don't need to like set up a pretense this time. Yeah, it was a twist in the first one. Yumeko Shiki and Soto Kiryu head to the coast of Futamigaura after receiving a report about a strange corpse found there. August 7th, in the morning.
Miss Shiki, there you are. Sorry for calling you all the way out here.
Not at all. Thank you for bringing the case to our attention. I hear you've got an unusual corpse on your hands.
Forensics aren't here yet, so I honestly don't know whether it can even be called a corpse or not.
This guy? Weird guy.
But I do know that it'll cause a stir if anyone catches sight of it. So right now we're just trying to keep the busybodies away.
Yeah, kind of a coconut head.
I sure am glad it happened while you were still here, though. What with you being from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and all.
Masaru Ide, the prefectural police detective. You had this haircut as a kid. Yeah, many children did. This dude pines for the Beatles to reunite, yeah. Where is our cadaver, then?
Still in the water over there where it was found. Feel free to go ahead and examine it.
Over there, I see.
Well, that's the corpse. Vision ability on?
Yeah? Your special eyes? Gasp.
Sticker! Mockingbird number 2! The Turninator! Hell yeah! The fucking Turninator! Awesome! This is Futamigaura, the coastline just northeast of Ise City. It's a pretty popular location for tourists, and there are several beaches nearby as well, so a bunch of people are milling around.
It certainly is an impressive sight. It's too bad we couldn't come here as simple tourists. Futamigaura, excuse me. Futamigaura is the name of the stretch of coastline along Futami Town, so named during the events of this story. It has since been merged with Ise City.
Okay.
In the Watare district of Mie Prefecture, as part of the Ise-shima National Park, it has been designated as a place of scenic beauty and considered one of the most scenic spots in Japan. The name Futamigaura is said to originate from a visit to the area by Yamato Hime no Mikoto. According to the legend, the area's beauty caused her to turn to look back upon it, leading to Futami, look twice, becoming part of its name. Wow. Oh wait, no, Ise City also. A city located in the central northern area of the Shima Peninsula. The northern part of the city is on a plain directly facing Ise Bay, while the southern part is on more mountainous land is surrounded by hills. Having long flourished as the town leading up to the Torii Gate of Ise Shrine,
It stands out as a particularly popular tourist destination, even among the many attractions in the Ise-shima area. The city is sometimes referred to as Shinto, meaning the city of the gods. Although best known for Ise Shrine, many other temples and shrines can also be found within the city. The land overlooking Ise Bay is blessed with an abundance of beautiful scenery, including Mount Asama, which was included on a list of 100 famous Japanese scenic spots during the Showa era. Wow. You know, they keep talking about Ise-shima. There's a pretty nice Yuri manga I enjoyed that was about girls named Ise and Shima. I want to reread that just from hearing that all the time. Sound of the waves and the buzz from the onlookers filled the air around us. I suppose it's inevitable that the police being around would draw people's attention. Just hope it doesn't cause a commotion. This is Soto Kiryu. He's worked with me as my assistant for a long time now, although he usually makes his living as a psychic detective. He's not officially with the police, but with my assignments being what they are, he has special permission to accompany me on investigations. Soto Kiryu, an independent psychic who makes his living as Japan's only psychic detective. The only one? That can't be right. What about Mio? Soto has no permanent residence, instead traveling throughout the country and training for training and resolving any metaphysical incidents he comes across. Something which eventually... Oh, she's an exorcist. Yeah, okay, I guess that's true. Something which eventually led to him gaining his current moniker within the industry. They do the same shit, yeah! Although he has a calm and taciturn personality and is possessed of a sharp mind, he is surprisingly sensitive by nature. However, this trait does not extend to mercy towards spirits and other phenomena, which he often ends up subduing by force. Primary spiritual abilities. Curses. The ability to use particular curses to inflict harm or otherwise negative effects on others. Effects range from forcibly binding a target in place to dealing fatal wounds. The stronger the curse's effect, the greater the burden on the user. Shagan, the ability to see the face of a deceased individual from their remains, allowing for a recreation of their features via portrait sketch. Only a small piece of the deceased remains is necessary to use this ability. However, enough of the thoughts and desires of the dead individual must remain for it to be effective. The Feast of Shadows, the ability to create a domain in which the potency and range of certain types of spiritual abilities are increased. Only effective at night, Soto himself is able to create a domain up to 1 kilometer in range. Soto's family runs a small shrine dedicated to a certain Onmyoji from the Sengoku period. This Onmyoji is said to be an ancestor of the Kiryu family, which may explain why their bloodline has produced many individuals with a strong spirit sense over the years. Soto was born with an exceptionally potent spirit sense even within this lineage, leading to his abilities catching the attention of the legendary psychic Itensai Shiki when he was 8 years old. Itensai subsequently took him under his wing as his protege, and Soto underwent rigorous training under his watchful eye. Even now, he is always quick to respond when summoned by his mentor's wife, Yumeko Shiki. I see, okay, and often supports her during her work. He also has a keen interest in swords and is extremely knowledgeable about blades from all countries and eras. He's a sword sicko. Okay, I understand. Happens to many of us. He's had his gaze fixed on the corpse ever since we got here. I suppose he's curious to know what led to its current state. Anything else I can see with my vision on? Doesn't seem like it. The local police have the area closed off to make sure bystanders can't get too close. Okay, that's all. This is Masari Ide, a detective from the local police. He's acting as my point of contact while I'm over here, as well as providing any support I need. I don't doubt it's quite a troublesome assignment. There are a lot of things that need to be kept secret for one. But he's been very good at not prying into the particulars while doing what he needs to be done, occasional grumbling notwithstanding. Given what this case has ended up involving, though, those particulars may not end up remaining undisclosed for much longer. 35 years old. An assistant inspector in the 1st Investigative Division of the Criminal Investigation Department in the Mie Prefectural Police. He often finds himself saddled with whatever troublesome tasks come the department's way, something he makes sure to grumble about each time, but is a proficient detective in his own right, being diligent in his duties and having passed his promotion exam without difficulty. Although often said to have a somewhat unreadable expression, he's quite sociable and makes a point to attend all the department drinking parties. Born and raised in Mie, Masaru never ventured beyond bicycle commuting distance of his hometown, Sioux City, until the time came for him to attend university. With no particular plans for his future in mind, he took the employment exam for police officers, figuring that a local government job would at least be stable. He had no admiration for the police, or any strong sense of duty or justice, but found the strict discipline of the police force suited his personality. Okay. He quietly married a fellow classmate from the police academy soon after graduating, and at home, he takes on the role of doting father to 2 sons and a daughter. If pressed to discuss his hobbies, they would include walking and combination puzzles. Strangely enough, he often happens to be walking nearby whenever incidents occur, leading to him being first on the scene, even when off duty. Something his colleagues frequently tease him about. Okay. Guy who just sure why notted into being a cop, yeah. At first glance, he seems to be the sort to find hard work troublesome, but he's proven himself to be quite the thoughtful individual. If that attitude of his is a deliberate ploy to get those he's dealing with to lower their guard, he's certainly not to be underestimated. Hollowbell! Hi! Welcome! How are you doing, Hollowbell? How is everyone? Welcome to the stream. We're playing Paranormasight tonight, everybody. How's it going, Hollowbell? You're playing Chantilly's more, right? How is that going? Everybody, if you don't follow my friend Hollowbell, you should follow my friend Hollowbell, because she's wonderful. You finished it! It's peak! That's awesome. That's so cool. I don't know if you know the first Paranormasight at all, Hollowbell, but it's a pretty interesting mystery visual novel. And this is the sequel, which just appeared out of nowhere. Like 2 weeks ago or something on a Nintendo Direct, they were like, oh yeah, there's gonna be a second Paranormasight soon. And now it's here, and we're playing it. This one is all about, it's all about, like, island off the coast of Japan, and mermaids, and there's an entire, like, diving for, like, fucking shells and abalone and stuff minigame in it that I spent a long time on. Right now, one of the things about this game is that you like follow the perspective of several different characters, and right now we're following the perspective of some kind of housewife psychic detective who is here to investigate a mysterious corpse that has appeared on the coast. A coast that has appeared on the corpse. Excuse me. It's quite cool. The first Paranormasight is also just like a really, really cool, interesting game that does a lot of interesting stuff with its format. If you haven't played it, you should check it out, for sure. I think you would like it. Oh yeah, another thing about it is that, like, everything is just like a panorama. which is like a nice, unique element to these games. This is the psychic housewife's psychic twink assistant, by the way. Is there anything that stands out to you so far, Soto? I'd like to get a better grasp on the details before saying anything, I think. Okay. Well, let's look at the corpse. This does seem to be some kind of mermaid. I see. So this is the corpse in question, is it? Unusual is certainly one word for it. It's all dried up now, almost like it's been mummified. But apart from that, it's pretty safe to say this is a mermaid, right? Let's take a closer look at it. Someone's out there killing mermaids! This is fucked! Why would they do that? The body's lower half is identical to a fish's tail. If this is a fish, it'd be a pretty huge one. It would seem like the fish half of the body begins from the shoulders downward. All the mermaids I've ever heard of have had the fish half start from the waist down. If it is a fake, maybe whoever made it didn't do their research. Really? Some of the mermaids described in old Japanese legends had their faces as the only human part, though. Seriously? Guess it makes me the one who didn't do the research then. If this really is a corpse, I wonder when they died. I doubt their body would have ended up this desiccated if it had been in the sea this whole time. You think there's a possibility that they died, shriveled up into a mummy-like state, then their body fell into the sea and got washed up here? It makes for quite the enigma, that's for sure. There's no sign of any external wounds. I can't see anything that could have caused their death, at least. As you can see, there's no doubt it has a human head. That's the main reason we went ahead with treating it as a corpse. That makes sense. I can't imagine anyone would have seen a creature like this before, after all. If it really is a mermaid, wouldn't this be a pretty huge discovery? It's not the sort of thing we'll be able to make public, that's for sure. I don't suppose we have any way of confirming their identity. Their identity? Huh. Given the state of the body, it would probably be difficult to confirm based on facial features, but... Oh, sorry, this is Ide. Given the state of the body, it'd probably be difficult to confirm based on facial features, but we might have a chance using dental records. Now, that would depend on if they've ever had a dental exam. I see. That makes sense. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards it being a fake of some kind. What do you think? It's true that many of the mermaid mummies discovered were ultimately found to have been man-made in origin. The mermaid mummy, this drawing is awesome! This drawing rules! I love this! Relics believed to be either the embalmed or mummified remains of mermaids are preserved in temples throughout Japan. Among them, several are said to bestow blessings such as eternal youth and longevity or sound health, and are treated as objects of worship. In the 1970s, some garnered so much attention after being featured on TV that people traveled en masse to see them, prompting some temples and shrines to discontinue public viewings. Mermaid mummies have also been documented in other countries. In the 1800s, the exhibition of mermaid mummies as exotic curios became a widespread phenomenon across Europe and the United States. Although these mummies were originally believed to be genuine, subsequent analysis has been revealed fibers from materials such as wood and paper in their composition, exposing them to be man-made in origin. The quality of some mermaid mummies crafted in Japan during the Edo period was particularly high, with several being widely circulated, especially in Europe. However, the revelation that many of these mermaids are man-made does not disprove the existence of mermaids, and debate on the topic continues even today. That's right. It's some of that... Wait, is that Hempel's Raven? Whatever. You won't find me complaining if it is. No need to investigate a fake corpse after all. Maybe that's being too optimistic, though. Hi, Luca. Yeah, this is a mummified mermaid corpse. Fascinating, right? We'll just have to see about that, won't we? When I first saw this expression, I thought they must have died in unbelievable agony. But at the same time, I can't help but feel like they look almost satisfied. Could just be my imagination, though. Satisfied, Anything else to look at here? Mayhaps we're done. Do we know what the situation was when the corpse was found? I just got here as well, so I'm not clear on the details myself. But from the sounds of it, a local civilian happened across it about an hour ago as they were passing by. They got us on the scene immediately, so no one else could have seen it. But thank you for the follow. That's a relief. We don't want people working themselves into a frenzy over this. Where is that local now? We got someone taking their statement in a nearby police box. I'll let you know when we get more info there. Please do. Kiryu, is there anything that stands out to you so far, Soto? No? Okay. Nothing new yet. Anything change in the vision? I already got that sticker. If we really do have a mermaid on our hands, do you think all those stories about becoming immortal from eating mermaid flesh are true? Oh, so you're curious about that too, Detective? Well, I don't know if I'd actually want to eat it, though. Living forever doesn't necessarily mean you'll be happy, you know. Besides, I can't say I find the thought of eating meat from this thing all that appealing. I see. I suppose that's a natural response. But there are plenty of people who would be interested in getting their hands on this corpse for that exact reason. I can see that. We might even have people fighting over it if it gets out. All the more reason to try and keep it hidden. We originally came to Mie from Tokyo to investigate another case. But with so many other incidents occurring, I can't help but get the sinking feeling something troublesome is about to happen. Detective Ide has been a huge help to us so far. We might be able to reveal some of our circumstances to him. Choose a troublesome thing we got on our hands here. Maybe it's time to talk to Kiryu. Well, I think we have a decent grasp on the situation now. What's your opinion, Soto? First of all, based on the state of the corpse, I think it's safe to say this is another case of the curse of the forsaken fish. Some of the residual curse energy is still lingering around the body. Just as expected, then. I suppose it's no surprise. Huh? What was that just now? We'll try to explain our understanding of the case so far, Detective. I realize some of it might sound a bit absurd, but please bear with us. This corpse is neither a fake, nor could it be called a mermaid. It is the remains of a human, one transformed into a fish as the result of a curse. What? A former human? And a curse, too? It's pretty hard to know what to say to that. One thing's for sure, it's not gonna fly in the case report by itself. Mind explaining a bit more for me? Of course. Let's start with an explanation of our circumstances, then. I'll let you handle the explanations, ma'am. Of course. Leave it to me. In return, I'll be counting on you to handle the report. Ah, confound it. Really good expression from him. First, I suppose I should start with a brief explanation of the department I work for. Wait, Aren't you part of some secret department in the security division over in Tokyo? Are you sure you should be telling me something like that? I'm not gonna get caught up in any troublesome business if you do, am I? Yeah, it's such a good combination of like level of like detail and expressiveness. It's really awesome. I love the art for these games. No need to worry. I doubt it'll come to that. Probably. Our work is mostly kept secret because it's something of a pain to find people who will accept, let alone understand, the circumstances each time. But you've been very supportive so far, so I can't imagine that will be a problem. Well, if you really insist, go ahead, I guess. As you say, my department is indeed part of the security division. Its proper name is the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Yeah, this came up in the previous game, I believe. Huh? The Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Although officially called the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Division Paranormal Affairs Bureau, it is more commonly referred to simply as Paranormal Affairs. Only a handful of people know of its existence, even within the police force. As the name suggests, this unit specializes in the investigation and resolution of cases involving paranormal phenomena. Since the existence of such happenings is not public knowledge, nor is it readily believed by the general population, the Bureau's activities are conducted in the utmost secrecy. As there are currently only 5 members in the unit, including the chief, they utilize a network of psychic contacts across the country to assist with their cases. And the current chief of Paranormal Affairs is a man named Kuiru Nakagoshi. Although said to have been born to a family of psychics who have been involved in keeping the world safe from paranormal phenomena for generations, Kuiru is an elusive figure. Very few have met him in person, and he's rarely seen in the office. It is said that this is because he has often been the target of curses. However, some theorize that it is in fact because Kuiru is not actually a flesh and blood human, with some going as far as to question whether he really exists. His seat in his office is usually occupied by his familiar, a Nue, a legendary creature found in Japanese folklore. The Nue resembles an ordinary white thrush and acts as Kuiru's messenger, leading to bizarre scenes of police officers earnestly reporting their findings to a bird. The term Nakagoshi case serves as a code name used to refer to cases under investigation by Paranormal Affairs. Balbino, did you like rewatch the old Paranormasight stream recently or something? I feel like you're remembering this better than I did. It's been a couple years. Jeez, the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, huh? Though if there really are cases of spiritual phenomena causing harm around the place, I guess it's not that hard to believe there'd be some sort of organization to deal with them within the police. Precisely. I'm glad you're so quick on the uptake. Well, after seeing that corpse over there, there's not much else I can do but believe it, you know. Oh, does that mean you have spirit sense or some other sort of psychic powers? Not to any notable degree, I'm afraid. As I mentioned, I'm primarily a housewife. If you ask me, I would rather sort this all out and get back to my husband as soon as possible. Right. Soto here is my husband's protege. When he used to work as a psychic, though, he helps me out on any work I'm assigned to. I'm responsible for handling any spiritual work that comes up, yes. Spiritual work, huh? Hearing you say that like it's just another job really makes me feel like we're talking about another industry entirely. But if you really are just a housewife, Mrs. Shiki, why are you working for a special unit like that? And as you know, all housewives have a knack for getting into various mysteries. It's very normal. I mean, yeah, that is basically what housewives do. I know it's none of my business, but if your husband is a psychic, wouldn't all this be more in his line of work? True. Personally, I'd also rather our roles were reversed. But there are several reasons why that unfortunately can't be the case. I see. I don't really know your circumstances, but it sounds pretty tough. Either way, it should be good to put this down as a Paranormal Affairs case, right? That should be fine, yes. You can leave the rest of the investigation to us. We'll also handle the report. More specifically, Soda will. Really good face on him still. Really? Thanks. It's a great help. Not again. Yumeko Shiki. Itensai Shiki's wife. Did Itensai Shiki come up in the previous game? I don't remember. But I feel like Itensai sounds kind of familiar. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, I don't know. You're not sure? Yeah. A woman who balances her work as a housewife with her position as a full-time employee of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, a secret police department within the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. Although the very image of a refined lady in appearance, she has a surprisingly free-spirited personality and tends to find anything she has no interest in too bothersome to take seriously. Things that do catch her attention, on the other hand, often command all of it, and she will actively involve herself in looking into them. She seems so fun so far. She utterly adores her husband, swooning in admiration whenever the topic turns to him, and she is also viewed with affection by her coworkers who call her ma'am. Out of the 5 current full-time members of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, Yumeko alone lacks any particular metaphysical abilities despite possessing a meager degree of spirit sense. Even so, she was chosen to be part of the Bureau's elite unit for very particular reasons known only to a handful of people close to her. There was once one other member of the Bureau who had no paranormal powers to speak of, veteran police detective Tetsuo Tsutsumi. And the two occasionally worked on investigations together. When dispatched on assignments now, she always pairs up with freelance psychic detective Soto Kiryu, leaving all paranormal-related procedures, and often her much despised paperwork, to him. Okay, but Tsumi's from the previous game. I imagine that implies that this does take place a little after the previous game. Yeah, Yumeko and Tsutsumi working together would be pretty awesome. Tetsuo, I know him! That's right! Hi, Matabi! I saw you were playing this yesterday and I wanted to look, but I couldn't because I had to be unspoiled for this. How are you doing? Are you enjoying the game so far? Yumeko's husband is also a psychic by the name of Itensai Shiki, and Soto is his cherished protege. Liking the lot so far? Yeah. The various abnormal occurrences attributed to the spirits of the dead are collectively referred to as spiritual phenomena. Oh god, so true. Tsukasa is awesome. I really like Tsukasa and Sato. It's a shame about the heterosexuality, but you know, what can you do? These can range from small peculiarities, such as being able to see things that shouldn't be there, hearing strange sounds, or feeling a sudden unnatural chill, to larger scale phenomena powerful enough to defy the laws of physics, potentially even triggering natural disasters. Harmful spiritual phenomena that cause unwanted effects by interfering with nature or tampering with the human body or mind are called curses. Curses can themselves be divided into 2 categories: those that occur naturally, often arising from negative emotions such as deep resentment from the dead, and those that are intentionally created by someone with spiritual abilities using an existing spirit or grudge. However, creating a curse is quite difficult, and there is the risk of the curse rebounding and causing harm to the creator instead. The more powerful the curse, the more stringent the conditions that are required to use it. The ability to sense the energy of spirits and spiritual phenomena is known as spirit sense. The strength of this ability varies from person to person, and while it can be increased to a certain extent through training, it ultimately comes down to the individual's innate talent. According to those who have it, spirit sense is similar to a sense of smell. The lingering spiritual energy in each area can be detected by what feels like specialized sense organs. Yeah? conveying information such as the relative strength of the phenomenon and whether it is benevolent or malevolent in nature. Those with a particularly potent spirit sense are also able to glean specific details from the energy and even track it down to identify its origin. However, as spiritual energy is unaffected by air movement, it is not possible to use wind to drive it away. Okay. Unlike sense. The ability to see spiritual phenomena is considered a psychic ability, further described below. Spiritual phenomena occur regardless of one's ability to perceive them, so many people that lack spirit sense are affected by such phenomena without any awareness of the cause. As spirit sense is impossible to quantify, comparing its strength between individuals is difficult. However, as tolerance to forcible exposure to spiritual phenomena is comparable to a tolerance to alcohol, there are those who use this comparison when explaining to others. Right. Psychic ability is the special power to interact with or influence spirits. It covers a wide range of abilities, from simply being able to see spirits to being able to directly control or exercise them. It also includes the ability to intentionally induce spiritual phenomena in order to use specific skills, such as peering into the future, capturing images with psychic photography, or searching for objects using dowsing. Individuals who possess such abilities are known as psychics. People who possess spirit sense but lack psychic ability are particularly susceptible to the influence of spiritual phenomena, whether they are aware of it or not, and as such, often fall victim to supernatural disasters or disturbances. I understand. So, does that mean you came all the way to Mie because you knew something like this was gonna happen? Oh, that's awfully perceptive of you, Detective. I suppose you could say that, yes. At the very least, the situation hasn't come as a huge surprise. If that's the case... Was the body from the other day one of those cases too, then? The body from the other day. Unidentified skeletons. It was indeed, yes. Seriously? It does sound like a pain to deal with. I bet our chief knew all about this when he assigned me to the case. If it lessens the burden, you've been a great help to us so far, Detective. I don't mind occult stuff, so I've been asking all these questions out of curiosity, but it's probably best I don't get too involved in all this paranormal business, right? You must have had good reason for keeping it under wraps after all. I think that would be wise, yes. Still, I never would have thought that there's a curse out there that can turn people into fish. And it only half worked, so the victim ended up looking like a mermaid. It's bound to cause misunderstandings. The curse is originally meant to turn a person's whole body into that of a fish, you see. But the victim died before the transformation was complete, so it stopped before it could reach that point. The vast majority of the mermaids discovered over the years are either man-made fakes or victims of the same curse. I see. To be honest, part of me was kinda excited when I saw what it looked like. I thought that it might mean there are really mermaids out there, you know? Exactly like the ones you hear about in stories. I'm afraid we can neither confirm or deny things there. Though, I get what you were asking about the corpse's identity now. It's because you realize they used to be human, right? That's right. Very recently, too. The transformation likely happened yesterday, or even earlier today. What? That recently? Someone could really end up in a state like this after just a day? They certainly could. Seriously, these curses sure are scary. I'll get forensics to take a look when they get here then. Please do. The investigator in question has worked on paranormal affairs cases before, so they shouldn't need any explanation. Ah, right. The case from yesterday. Great. That should save us some effort then. Cursed one day, a mummified corpse the next. Sure's a scary world we live in. Yeah, how did it get mummified that fast? Hygiene problem. You know, I sometimes find myself wondering about a bit of spirit sense as well. There have been times I've caught a sight of strange things when walking down a road at night. And when I looked into it later, I found that the place I walked by had been the site of an accident of the lake.
Oh, that might be the real deal then.
It's definitely a possibility. I would advise not going too close to anything you see of that nature. It becomes easier for them to target you if they realize you're aware of them, you see. Jeez, what would happen then? I guess I'd end up possessed or something. There is that danger, yes. In the event you are possessed, you may find yourself afflicted by headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations. Memory problems and impaired thinking are also not unheard of. Ugh. Headaches and muscle stiffness definitely ring a bell. I sure hope it isn't the work of some spirit. If people have their personalities taken over when possessed too? It may be possible with spirits who had a very close relationship to their target, just as if they were siblings or parent and child. But you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. The negative effects I just mentioned are primarily caused by two parties not being in sync. It's good to know, I think. Even if a spirit were able to successfully possess someone, it would only be able to pressure them to behave in ways that wouldn't be unusual for the individual in question. I see. But in that case, there's no way of knowing whether you're behaving that way of your own will or not, right? Exactly. Hence the prevalence of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Huh. So that's how things work there. As far as I know, I haven't been having any problems like that though, so I think I should be fine. Man. What is it? Perhaps I could use my Shagan ability and see if it produces any results. Ah, that's an excellent idea. I almost forgot we had such a handy trick up our sleeve. Well, I was thinking about it the whole time. Shagan? What does that do? Patience, detective. You'll see soon enough. You're setting up a lot of stuff. Yeah, well, some of that stuff is also stuff that came up in the previous game. So who knows if they're just, like, mentioning it for the lore reasons, or if it's actually going to be, like, there's going to be possession in this game as well. Right. There. It's done. Oh, so it went well, did it? Well done, Soto. What's all this about, then? Soto can see the face of the deceased from a piece of their remains, however small. He can then sketch their features based on what he saw. Oh, so that's how you get a sketch of the victim in that other case. An ability like that would be priceless if we could use it on the Force, you know. Well, I hear it doesn't always work, so it's unfortunately not foolproof. So, what did our victim look like? This is also one of those, like, psychic abilities that you also, like, you gotta, like, train your art muscles real hard to be able to use that. You gotta be, like, a really good artist. It doesn't help if you can just see it. Yeah, Soto feels also, like, all the characters feel very fun so far, I think. These games have always been really good at having, like, very strong protagonists. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that might be the case. About that. I think it might be faster to see for yourself. Its face. It's Somekawa. That was her maiden name, right? Yeah, Mare Somekawa. As I expected. Wait, Somekawa, you can't mean... highly mysterious. Yumeko Shiki arrives in Toba City, Mie Prefecture, to investigate the discovery of skeletal remains with her assistant, Soto Kiryu. Welcome, ma'am. I've been waiting for you. The site where the bones were found is a little ways offshore from this beach. You went ahead and started the investigation, I see. Thanks for that. Not at all. You clearing everything with local police meant all I had to do was arrive and inspect the remains myself. To get straight to the point, there is no doubt. Signs of a curse are clearly evident. The skeletal remains are tied to a supernatural incident. Seems I was right to trust my intuition on this one. All right then, let me hear the full report. Understood. A diligent and earnest young man. His mentor, my husband, has nothing but praise for his skills, so he has my complete trust. I know I shouldn't rely on him too much, but he's so good at noticing the finer details that I often find myself doing so. Looking at around here. Any more stickers? No stickers? No stickers? Okay. This is the town of Ichika in Toba City. The area is a historic place known for its amidivers. Oh, I know it well. It's also famous as the filming location of one of Japan's most well-known monster films. I wouldn't know about that myself, ma'am, but you seem unusually well-versed in that area. Those old tokusatsu films are the best. You should watch some for yourself, Soto. As you wish. I'll look into it. This nerd doesn't even watch tokusatsu films? Ichika Town is a fishing settlement located within Toba City on the eastern tip of the Shima Peninsula. Older woman into Toku. Oh, yeah. She's awesome. The area takes its name from Ichikajima, an island offshore the region. It is said that the hollow in the center of the island was so reflective as to resemble a mirror. Whoa. Leading to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, giving it its current name, which is written with the characters for stone and mirror. The Rias coastline is a particularly beautiful sight and is well known as a spot to watch the sunrise. It is also notable as the filming location of one of the first entry in one of Japan's most famous monster film series, and sees many visits from fans as a result. A city located on the northeastern tip of the Shima Peninsula, adjacent to Ise City and Shima City. Along with the city itself, its administrative area also encompasses 4 populated islands. The combined area of modern Toba City and Shima City was formerly known as Shima Province. Its coastline features one of Japan's most notable ryocoasts, and is renowned not only for its marine industries, but also for its popularity as a tourist destination. Having originally... yeah, I assumed it's Godzilla. My assumption... My assumption was that it was in fact Godzilla. I wasn't positive, but if they're talking about the most famous monster film from Japan, I would imagine that is Godzilla. Having originally sprung up as a castle town in the Toba domain, the years following the Meiji era saw Toba flourish as the center of the Shima region. With an abundance of marine products available in its waters, it is also famous for being home to the highest number of active amidivers in Japan. There are many guest houses run by amidivers and fishermen along the shore, providing visitors to the area with opportunity to enjoy fresh seafood. To begin with, shall we review the details of the case? Is that really necessary? Summarizing may help us notice something we missed. And also, the player has not really heard about any of this yet. Not a day goes past that I don't admire your diligence, Soto. My thanks. I'll strive to be brief. A few days ago, a fisherman off the coast here hauled up a long, rod-like object. It resembled a human bone, so we notified the police. It was about 10 days ago. So we fished it up completely by chance. Following that, the police conducted an underwater investigation of the surrounding area. They discovered multiple skeletal remains in a fissure beneath the rocks. All the remains were already severely deteriorated, with each being several years to several decades old. As a result, forensics struggled to identify the victims. There was just too little to go on. Only fragments of the skulls remained, so facial reconstruction was apparently not possible. Hardly surprising in such a state. Still, with your ability, we hardly need facial reconstruction, do we? Indeed. I'll report my discoveries shortly. You know, one possibility comes to mind. Will you humor me? Please, go ahead. I wonder if those skeletal remains could be the victims of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster from 5 years ago. Regrettably, that is not the case. Oh, darn it! Please don't sound so defeated. Forensics confirmed 5 bodies in total, but they said that each had decomposed over a different length of time. Oh? Meaning they didn't all die at the same time? Correct. The most recent appears to date back 6 years. The others go back some 10 years before that, and another 10 and another 10 and so on. So roughly 1 body every 10 years. Indeed. I imagine that any older remains may have simply decayed entirely. Which means someone's been using that fissure as a place to dump corpses for decades. It's surrounded by rock, and with minimal currents in the area, it's unlikely they drifted there naturally. Had that bone not been fished up by chance, we'd have never known. In other words, it was an ideal site for quietly disposing of bodies. So this was no accident. Someone did this. I imagine quite some resentment must have piled up over the years. Indeed, but I've already cleansed the lingering resentment of the area. Leaving such resentment to fester could lead to a curse manifesting after all. Efficient as always. My thanks. There is one more point of concern that all the remains have in common. Go on. Each body bore a clean, precise cut, clearly severed. Severed? You're saying they were sliced straight through the bone. Does she have like a birthmark or something here? Interesting. Exactly. Each was sliced down through the bone, all with a clean cut as smooth as the last. Forensics noted that reproducing such uniform cuts would be extremely difficult. Even with industrial equipment, such precision would have been unachievable decades ago. One possible explanation is that a master swordsman, wielding a razor-sharp katana, cleaved each of them in a single stroke. Yes, well, that would certainly explain it. But warriors don't exactly run around with swords in this day and age. Which brings us to the possibility of a curse, I suppose. Correct. If the cuts were made by supernatural means, the rules change. And as it turns out, there were traces of a curse at each of the severed points. It was just a matter of time until we found one. Also, for the briefest moment, I glimpsed a curse echo that looked like a warrior in armor. A curse echo in armor? Whoa, cool. Yes, judging from the crest on its armor and given our location, it appears to be a curse tied to the Heike. Right, the Heike. You are familiar with the Heike, I assume. Well, she probably is, but I'm not. The Heike, I'm not too sure. The Heike were a branch of the Taira clan, a warrior family who rose to power at the end of the Heian period. From their base in the Ise province, they expanded their influence, reaching great heights under Taira no Kiyomori. But in their pride, they were defeated by the Genji in what is now known as the Genpei War. Yeah, the Genji and Heike, the NES game. Ah, yes, of course, I knew that. The tale of the Heike preserved just how prosperous they were before they fell. Many who lived through the downfall carried deep regrets. Their resentment is especially persistent. Many traces remain even today, and they can be quite meddlesome. Yeah, Genpei Tomaden, yeah. Also what the Genji games are about. Yeah, hello, Mr. Pig. Yeah, it's just like the Hatfields and McCoys. Yeah, they did fight those giant enemy crabs. Indeed. You hear about it all over the place. I guess even by expert standards, it's quite the problem. The Heike. Abbreviated genealogy of the Heike. Paranormasight, Tadamori, Kiyomori, Shigemori, Kuromori. Okay, yeah. The Heike were part of the Ise Taira clan, which itself was an Ise-based branch of the Taira clan, a prominent samurai family of the Heian period. Although the entire Ise Taira clan was greatly influential, Heike refers to the particularly prosperous lineage of Taira no Masamori, Taira no Tadamori, and Taira no Kiyomori. Known as one of the most prominent samurai families of the Heian period alongside the Minamoto clan, the Taira clan was originally based in the Kanto region. Hang on, I need water. I'm out of water. I need to go get water. I'm going to be right back, everybody. 1 second.
Ba.
I wonder how my robots are doing.
Okay. I've got water for sipping now. However, following Taira no Masakato's uprising against the central government in the year 1935 and its suppression at the hands of Taira no Satomori, the latter's son, Korehira, moved to Ise province, where he came to wield significant political power. This was the start of what would become known as the Ise Taira clan. 4 generations on from Korehira, Taira no Masamori consolidated the family's influence in Ise. His successor, Tadamori, was granted permission to enter the imperial court in 1132, eventually attaining a rank equal to that of nobility. The distinguished military exploits of Tadamori's son, Taira no Kiyomori, further led to Kiyomori's promotion to Daijo Daijin, Chancellor of the Realm, the highest possible governmental rank, in 1167. In 1180, Kiyomori's daughter, Noriko, married into the imperial family, and her son ascended to the throne as emperor, enabling the Heike to consolidate their monopoly on political authority. Thus, the Taira clan came to dominate the political landscape at the time. Such was their wealth and power that one member of the clan is said to have remarked that all those who did not belong to the Taira clan were to be considered people of no position. Wow! However, this golden age of the Taira clan did not last long. Their arrogant rule and dictatorial grasp on power led to many turning against the Taira clan, and the stirrings of rebellion soon came to a head, with several prominent figures joining forces in a bid to overthrow them. In the midst of the resulting years of warfare, Kiyomori died of illness in March 1181. Despite losing one of their key members, the Taira clan continued to struggle against their opponents, but to no avail. In 1185, they were finally defeated in the Battle of Dan no Ura. and many of its members, including Kiyomi's grandson, Emperor Antoku, who was still a child at the time, were lost beneath the waves of Dan no Ura, burdened with unfulfilled ambitions. It is said that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword, one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan, regarded since ancient times as a symbol of imperial authority, was also lost to the sea that day. Wow. Very cool. In the Western Sea, the diving women encounter the Heike clan in the depths of the water. Quite awesome. Wish I could see this bigger. After their defeat, the surviving members of the Taira clan, now disgraced as fallen warriors, scattered across the country and lived out their days in hiding. Even to this day, legends of Taira clan survivors persist in various regions across Japan. Wow. Oh wait. That's this. Silly me. What's more, the katana that Kurseku carried, I believed it may have been the famed blade Nukemaru. Nukemaru? Yes, a blade passed down through the Heike, once wielded by Taira no Tadamori. I see. It would seem your love of swords has proved rather useful here. So what you're saying is that these skeletal remains were cut and killed by the power of Tadamori's curse. I can't say it was Tadamori himself, but I am confident it was a curse from someone within the Heike. At the very least, it offers an explanation for those mysteriously perfect cuts. But the bodies being dumped every decade, surely that can't be the curse too, can it? Correct. I imagine that part likely involves further intervention by someone else. So this wasn't an accident by some spontaneous curse. There's a perpetrator out there. Indeed. However, I can't imagine any psychic with enough power to wield such a curse would dispose of bodies so poorly. My theory is that someone is using a curse stone, they're killing through its curse, then discarding the bodies. A curse stone? Think of it as a talisman that lets even those without a spirit sense use the power of curses. They are created when intense resentment fuses with a suitable relic. That sounds dangerously convenient. There were a few incidents involving curse stones in Tokyo last year, actually. Didn't you hear? Oh, now that you mention it, that somewhat rings a bell. The curse stones! We know all about this. A type of curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and characteristic of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the influence of the Feast of Shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. We know about this from the first game. So in short, whoever's behind this possesses a stone imbued with the Heike's curse. They use it to kill someone roughly every decade, dumping the body into the sea. Yes, that aligns with the evidence. Thank you for the summary. I'd already planned to come here to Toba and Mie Prefecture together with Soba and Soto on another case, but the news of skeletal remains being found in the area caught my eye, so I sent him ahead to investigate. As expected, it turned out to be the result of a curse, likely a troublesome one at that. Now then, about the skeletal remains. Were you able to use your shotgun, Soto? Yes, I did. It only worked on the most recent body, though, the one from 6 years ago. By viewing part of the remains, I was able to reconstruct a portrait sketch of how he looked when he was alive. Doesn't look familiar yet. Here's a copy. I've already provided one to the police as well. Impressive. That ability of yours remains quite the asset. Not always. There are times when the vision just doesn't come through. It's far from infallible. Besides, there are those who could simply speak directly with the victim's spirit and ask who did it. Even so, none of these methods would hold up as admissible in evidence in court. But as a lead in our investigation, it's more than enough. Excellent work. Thank you. We had the police compare the sketch against the missing people from 6 years ago, but no matches were found. Darn, but it made things much easier. Detective Ide is continuing the investigation. Ah, the detective with the local police. I've heard he's good, so let's hope he proves it. Toba seabed skeletons. A case in which multiple human skeletons were recovered from a deep fissure in the Toba seabed. Initial assessment indicated at least 5 bodies. Following information has not been made available to the public. Victims' identity is unclear. All victims are male. Interesting. Each body is thought to have been disposed of at different times. The most recent body dates to about 6 years ago. Facial sketch of this individual obtained using Soto Kiryu's Shogun ability. The other remains show signs of gradual aging, with the oldest dating back to more than 30 years. Although the presence of older remains has also been confirmed, they have completely decayed, and it is impossible to tell how old they are. It's unlikely that the bodies could have drifted into the fissure naturally, so it is thought that someone has been discarding them there every few years. Each skeleton shows sign of a clean, precise cut inflicted by a sharp blade. Traces of a curse were also detected from around the severed sections. The victims are believed to have been killed by a curse wielded by someone connected to the Heike. Yeah. It's quite normal. Say, Soto, that sketch of yours, maybe we should show it to some of the locals. Ah, good point. Someone might recognize him if they were around here 6 years ago. If we can identify the victim, it could help us trace the one who used the curse. I guess we can't just leave things be now that we know there's a curse involved. Honestly, I'd rather not deal with it. There you go again. Are you sure that's something you should be saying out loud? Obviously not. I just want to get this over with and go home, that's all. Yes, yes, we all know how much you love your home. Yeah, there's so many good faces here, and I love Soto's expression. You can see the sea from here all the way to Kameshima. Do you sense anything out there, Soto? Yes, I do. The waters south of Kameshima are saturated with the powerful presence of the curse of the raging waves. I can sense it even from this distance. That's how strong it is. Is that so? Looking out to sea, I can't see a thing. I just hope this means we've made it in time. Even during the disaster 5 years ago, the energy was never this overwhelming. The seal has broken. There's no doubt about it. So it's already broken. That isn't good. The sea still seems calm, though. Does the storm not break out immediately? Yes, something seems to be holding it back for now. Oh, so there's a silver lining at least. It seems stable for the moment. We probably have 2 or 3 days of safety. Then we've got a bit of breathing room. Perhaps there's still something we can do. The Curse of the Raging Waves. A curse that causes an outbreak of turbulent waves and violent storms in the seas around Kameshima. It is said that the curse was born from the resentment of the former residents of Taishima, an island once located to the south of Kameshima, after someone brought about its destruction. Some believe that several of the disasters that have struck Kameshima in the past were actually caused by this curse in some manner, including the Kameshima South Sea disaster that occurred 5 years ago. The person accused of bringing the curse to Kameshima was called the Raging Waves Curse Bearer and was shunned by the island's inhabitants. So assumedly uses mom, Mare. I hope we can do something about the curse of the Raging Waves while it's still being held back. Yes, but despite all efforts, we still haven't found a way to lift the curse. We might have quite a struggle ahead of us. That's really the heart of the problem, isn't it? And we have no idea where your ancestors' keepsake is either. I apologize on behalf of my family. Man, behind you. Behind me? Oh no, they're gonna jump scare me. Oh, there's a woman. She seems to be normal. Who's that? Just someone from town passing by? But she bolted! Soto after her. On it! Hey, stop! You wanna go to a water park called the Curse of the Raging Waves? That would be kinda cool. People would die there though. People would super die there. Let me go! I didn't do nothing wrong! Whoa, Vivi! Hi, what's up? How are you doing? Hey again! Yeah, good to see you. People went to Action Park, that's true. Well, what's up, Vivi? What were you playing tonight? How are you doing? Action Park mention the classic. More Demon Tides. I hope you're having a good time with that. I imagine you must be. We're playing Paranormasight tonight. Do you know this game? Do you know the first Paranormasight at all? These are like spooky mystery VNs. I think the first one came out in 2023? Question mark, I want to say? It's really cool. It's really nice. They do stuff with like multiple perspectives and shit like that. Good vibes, really great art. It's Square Enix's best new IP since the 2000s. That might be true. Yeah, you should really check these out. Start from the first game. There have been a few references to it in the second one, though admittedly I don't think you'd need to. But it's really just worth checking both of them out. They're quite cool. In the section we're in right now, we're playing as a housewife detective who has like a psychic twink assistant here. But it's a very cool game. It's quite compelling. You would definitely enjoy this, I think, if you like mystery VNs at all. Hey now, what about the quiet guy or whatever it's called? What about it? I was saying recently that I might have to play that someday just because I'm a streamer. And because I am aware there are people in my audience who for some reason haven't seen it. See, when you say you don't know anything about The Quiet Man, that makes me want to stream The Quiet Man. Which I really shouldn't, because it's quite bad. And yet, could be funny. I don't know. Yeah, the mom is dead parkour. That's one of the classic moments of the Giant Man. Yeah, it's a graphic adventure game, like Yumeko is a sound novel. Yeah. I've apprehended the suspect. Good work. Sorry for the rough handling. Mind helping us out a bit? What were you doing here? Why did you run? What? Don't get smart with me. You're the suspicious one, sneaking around and poking into things. You think folks won't be wary of shady types like you wandering through town? Ah, I see. Sorry if we gave you a scare. We're at the police. Nothing shady here. You're with the police? Seriously? You heard about the skeletal remains found nearby, yes? That's what we're looking into. They don't look like police. Say, do you live around here? There's something I'd like you to take a quick look at. Do you recognize his face at all? We believe he may have been around here about 6 years ago. Huh? No, don't know him. I see. Then, could you point us in the direction of someone who might know about people coming and going in town? No idea. Ask whoever you want. Can I go now? I've got nothing to do with this. Don't know a thing. Alright. Sorry for holding you up. What a peculiar woman. It was like her mind was somewhere else entirely. Well, either way, we should talk to more people in town. Did she have 2 different Irish colors? I'm not sure. I'd have to see her again, I guess. She's quite a normal lady. Agreed. Also, could you ask around and find out who that woman is? Of course. Several hours later. Ma'am, I've learned a few things. Excellent. Let's hear it. The port and town center are down that way, so this area is technically the outskirts. It's a quiet town, so a stranger loitering around here would definitely attract attention. That's a good point. He didn't so much as flinch at the thought of TD's door-to-door investigation. Not to mention he's good at it. Having him here is a huge help. Ah, fucking sticker! You can't hide from me on the seabed. They've got hints. Maverick Manny. On the seabed. I wonder if these on the seabeds mean that I've gone past these? And that's my clue for, like, going back. I don't remember if that was the case. Yeah, I love looking for stickers. I love hidden objects. Oh no, I skipped past it! What the fuck did that say? Damn it! Hang on. They got that in the gameplay guide, right? No, they don't. God damn it. The 5 sticker unlock, yeah. I'll see that later. Yeah, you can tell me. It's a relationship chart for all the mockingbirds! Oh, that's exciting. I showed the sketch of the victim to several townsfolk. However, it would seem that no one here recognized him at all. Unfortunate. I suppose chances are he wasn't from this area to begin with. Guess we'll have to place our hopes on Detective Ide then. You don't suppose we might be working with a bad sketch here? You needn't worry about that. I'm confident in the likeness. It should be a near-perfect match. You're right. I'm sure it's close. Sorry for doubting you. The scene was very good. I also asked around about the woman we encountered earlier. Apparently, she isn't originally from this town. Oh, is that so? Indeed. Apparently she wandered into town about 5 years ago. She's been living alone in a cheap rental apartment on the outskirts of town ever since. When she first arrived, she had nothing but an old wooden box, which she was clutching as if it were very dear to her. Nothing but an old wooden box. Supposedly, she used to work as an alma diver. Around when she first moved here, she'd occasionally go diving for fish. But these days she keeps to herself, and no one ever sees her diving anymore. No one really knows how she supports herself, and many of the islanders find her unsettling. Perhaps she fled from something and moved her life here. That was suggested, yes, but she's never spoken about her past, so no one knows for sure. Although according to her landlord, she's never been late on rent. And she's never caused any problems either. Still, it seems odd she gets so worked up about strangers coming to town. Doesn't seem like she's in any position to be worrying about that. You'd think she might be hiding something? It's possible. Her attitude changed the moment we said we were with the police. Perhaps she was keeping watch over the coast where the bodies were dumped, waiting to see if someone showed up. Right, I mean the most recent body is from 6 years ago, and she arrived in town 5 years back. The timing is rather suspicious when you look at it like that. We'd best keep an eye on her. Agreed. Were you able to get her name? Apparently her last name is Somekawa, but I didn't manage to get her first name. Somekawa? Why does that name sound so familiar? You've heard it before. I think so, but I can't quite remember where. I'm a woman who cast off her past long ago. I guess I shouldn't let it bother me. What's her problem? She's so cool. Not this again. Let's leave any time-consuming background checks to Detective Ide. Very well, I'll inform him. Somekawa. A woman living in Toba. Although she occasionally does work as an ama diver, it is unclear who she is and where she came from. She apparently showed up in Toba about 5 years ago with nothing but a grubby wooden box to her name and has been living there ever since. She became extremely haunted. So this means that woman might have been marking us since we got here. It's possible. I apologize for not noticing sooner. Even a moment's lapse can expose one to a curse. I was careless, but I won't let it happen again. Hey, you can be cursed that easily? That's terrifying. What a world we live in. That concludes all the information I gathered from my inquiries. That helps a lot. Thanks. Shall I summarize our next steps? Yes, I suppose we need to do something about all this. Let's see. Regarding the unidentified skeletons. Until we can identify the victim from the sketch, we have no other leads to move forward. I believe this is best left in Detective Ide's hands. Yes, agreed. I think the same goes for that Somekawa woman from earlier. We'll have Detective Ide look into her. It's nice to have someone we can rely on. Agreed on that end too. In other words, we can safely leave the skeleton case to him for now. Yes, though we should remain vigilant regarding the cursed stones. Regarding our main objective, or the so-called Curse of the Raging Waves, without knowing how to lift it, there's not much we can do right now. I don't suppose there's a chance you'd be able to break the curse using brute force. We're quite good at that. It's certainly an option if worse comes to worse, but I can't say I have high hopes it would work. I guess it would be more realistic to try to find some clues about the whereabouts of your ancestors' keepsake instead. Indeed, it is said that that item may hold the key to lifting the curse of the raging waves. But even the location of the map pointing to that keepsake has unfortunately been lost to time. Although, the map was said to be hidden inside a model of a mermaid mummy. One rumor says it was sold overseas during the Edo period. Doesn't sound promising. If we can't find it, I guess we're back to trying to break the curse with brute force. But to even consider that route, we need much more intel from the island. Which is why we need to head to Kameshima. At the very least, advise the locals to evacuate. Yes, hopefully someone of influence there will believe us about the curse of the raging waves. Is something wrong? No, it's just that one of the islanders I spoke with seems to be calling me over. Something may have happened. I'll go find out. Please do. Ma'am. What was it? The person who called me over shared a new piece of information. They were told to keep it a secret, but opened up since we're with the police. Go on. Earlier this morning, down by the shore, they apparently found something that resembled the corpse of a mermaid. A mermaid, really? Sorry if you heard that thunk. That's my plank. my extra desk plank that I keep under my desk. That same person reported it to a local authority and was immediately ordered to tell no one, not even the police. You're kidding me. That local authority then contacted an unknown individual. Soon after, someone came and secretly retrieved the mermaid corpse. Yeah, the desk plank. What do you mean? I'm sure we all know about, like, having extra planks that were unnecessary parts of a desk or something like that, and you just keep it around, right? It's normal. That couldn't be more suspicious, could it? Exactly. They were uneasy about the whole thing, which is why they confided in me. What should we do?
That's normal.
Did they describe what the mermaid looked like? Yes, they said from the head to the shoulders it was human, but below that, entirely fish. So it was not the classic mermaid from fairy tales, it would seem. Yeah, it's just like an extra desk part, and it's like, okay, well, this is an entire plank of wood that's been painted to match the rest of the desk. I don't really care about using it to, like, raise up my monitors or anything, but I'm not gonna get rid of it. So it's under the desk, and, you know, I fish it with it sometimes. Only the head was human. They also said it was completely dried out, almost mummified. The face was unrecognizable. You'd keep it in a closet. Oh, okay. Well, not all of us have expansive closet space for our various planks, okay? But they thought it resembled a local ama diver named Tamikosuma. What? Apparently, she went out diving alone this morning and hasn't returned. It's likely what worried the witness the most. That is troubling. Damn it, just what we needed, more things to deal with. First things first, let's deal with this mermaid story, come on. I see. So there was more mermaid. And now we've got more going on here. We're never gonna get to memories of the last summer. I gotta see him. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. There's a lot of love going on here. Interesting. I wonder who this popular bird is. Unfortunately, it seems like we don't have any direct connections yet. It's too bad. I guess these are all like probably a gang together or something. Yeah, this track is awesome. Some real rivalry happening here, wherever that is. Who could say what the relationship between these two birds is? We don't even know what birds they are. I can't wait to find more stickers. I think I gotta go with more Yumeko. Mermaid quartz has been discovered on the beach near Ichika town. While Yumeko and her partner are investigating its whereabouts, they run into an important local figure. Okay. The Yamashina estate. Very severe looking man. Mr. Yamashina, thank you for agreeing to meet with us on such short notice. I understand you're a busy man.
Not like I have much choice when it's some bigwig from the prefectural police badgering me to do so. So, you're Shiki from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Security Division, was it? Ha! And here I thought you were just some housemaid. You sure you're from the police in that getup?
So he's misogynist, I understand. Well, I am primarily a housewife by trade, but that's hardly important right now. You're also known as Unkakudono, I believe. After hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance.
Rumors, eh?
Unkakudono, Yoshiatsu Yamashina. Interesting. Alright, tell me about this guy. He's a tycoon! He's 70! A wealthy tycoon who owns multiple companies and swaths of land, particularly in the Su and Issei areas, born in the Taisho period, unmarried. His family first came into business in the Edo period, traveling from town to town selling talismans, miscanthus reed hoops, and other items to ward off evil spirits. During the Meiji period, this business expanded into trading company, and the Yamashina family became prominent contributors to the development of the region. Born to the heir of the Yamashina family business and the daughter of a noble family, Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment where he received a thorough education tailored to gifted children. Following the end of the war, Yoshiatsu inherited the company assets in his 30s, but was quick to sell off all the shares he owned, using the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks, a practice that made him extremely wealthy. After amassing his fortune, he showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took a particular liking to. This approach led to the emergence of many successful businessmen, which included Shinobu Wakamura of Kamishima. Those who have received Yamashina's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unkakudono, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. Man was born during World War I? I don't think that's how that works out, Zuralek. I think you are forgetting this is taking place during the 1980s. Maybe I'm extremely wrong. I don't think World War I was in 1910. Was it? I don't think it. No. Look, I don't know anything. Yamashina has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as illegal donations, tax evasion, and insider trading. The Taisho period was before World War II. Well, yeah, but I'm saying... I'm saying that we're talking further back, even. Yeah. No, you're right. Okay. Yamashina has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as legal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, and media control, all in an effort to garner ever more status and money. In the shadow of many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen into bankruptcy or been arrested, fueling endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, considering anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. Even as a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers, both publicly and privately, and has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. A few years ago, he began to seriously consider the issue of his successor, driven by his determination that his beloved fortune should never fall into the hands of someone untrustworthy. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly invested vast amounts of money into research on the topic. So this guy is like mega evil. Yes, I hear you've been doing some under-the-table research into immortality.
And? So what if I am?
Well, now, I wouldn't have expected you to be such a dreamer, but it does make you just a bit more relatable.
You can laugh all you want. What's it got to do with the police, anyway?
It seems on this particular occasion it has quite a bit to do with the police, unfortunately.
You don't say.
These splendid gardens all fall within the grounds of Mr. Yamashina's Issei City estate. Part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family, but I suppose he has an image to maintain. Surely there must be stickers. Surely. Yeah, sticker! Mockingbird 9! The kiting killer! Hell yeah! I love you, mockingbirds! Just out of curiosity, this hasn't really, like, turned up anything yet, other than, like, highlighting the stickers a little more, but... You saw a kite bird? They're quite cool, yeah. People like Yamashina have a tendency to underestimate me whenever I meet them when I'm alone. Having someone intimidating like Soda with me gets them to take me more seriously. I'm glad he's here with me today. You mean misogynist? Yumeko? Is that what you're referring to? I'm amazed we were able to get an appointment with him this quickly. Yes, and all thanks to Detective Ide. It would seem he's quite the capable fellow. Yeah, it's a bit lower with her, because she's shorter. I'll get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning.
What?
That corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here to ask you to release it into police custody.
No idea what you're on about.
Of course, you will get something in return. We have some information I'm sure you'll find quite profitable in exchange.
Like I said, no idea what you're on about. If that's all you came here for, then scram.
Oh, pity. I really thought you'd be interested in what we had to share. Assuming you really are interested in immortality. Well, I suppose we barely know each other. It's only natural that you be wary of our intentions. What do you say to a little chat to get to know each other better, Mr. Unkakudono? This is Yoshiatsu Yamashina. He's a tycoon with multiple properties and companies to his name, mostly based here in Ishishima. He's long been rumored of being involved in various shady dealings. Special Investigations has had an eye on him for a while now, but they haven't managed to find any concrete evidence so far. It seems he has a knack for pinning the blame on his subordinates before finding a way to slip away. Needless to say, he and the police are quite familiar with each other by this point. Though I don't doubt he has local police chiefs and politicians under his thumb behind the scenes. There's no need for me to get involved in all that. I'll be satisfied as long as I get the information we need from him. Apparently he wears that crested hakama every day. Not exactly casual wear for most people. Wearing something like that in the summer heat, that's commitment to keeping up appearances. I see. Let's talk about ourselves first.
By the way, you're obviously not just some run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you?
Why, I believe I mentioned it when I introduced myself. I'm just a simple housewife.
A likely tale. Plus that fellow next to you's got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he?
My, how observant of you! I suppose you could say that, yes.
Doesn't take a genius to see it. One of them phony psychic types, are ya? Phony? Had a nerve, did I? There are far too many of your kind around lately. Cozying up to those in power by feeding them a bunch of nonsense. Liars and cheaters, all of you.
You seem to have quite a chip on your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashina.
Dunno if it's because of this occult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folks get taken in by that tripe.
I am aware of the occult craze of the 1980s. Spiritual phenomena, the supernatural, aliens, cryptids, lost civilizations, extrasensory perception. The list goes on. Such unexplainable phenomena are quick to take on a life of their own. A plesiosaur named Nessie living in Loch Ness. Sightings of mythical creatures like the Tsuchinoko or Hibagon. The urban legends of the Kuchisake Onna and Hanako-san. Television reports of spoon-bending psychics. Documentaries featuring spirit photography and UFOs that become the talk of the school the next day. These are only a few examples of stories that have captivated the public's interest. Magazines specializing in paranormal phenomena continue to thrive, with no end to the craze in sight. The Tsuchinoko is real, we all know that.
That Wakamura over on Kamishima one of them. Talk about a waste of potential.
Wakamura? Paranormasight Tsuchinoko Real, coming out October 2027. I hope so. I'll follow the train of conversation. Who might this Wakamura be?
Wakamura, he's one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge over in Kamishima. Used to have high hopes for that one, but that changed when he came under the thrall of some phony sorcerer in Tokyo.
A phony sorcerer in Tokyo?
You heard right. Since then, there's been no end to his nonsense. Buying properties out in the mountains, changing company names, all because of something the sorcerer whispered in his ear. He even told me the layout of my house was unlucky and tried to get me to renovate the place. Just recently he was going on about some curse causing a big storm. That sort of rubbish.
A storm caused by a curse, you say?
Even said the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse. He's been trying to wheedle me into helping him find some way to stop it. But I'm done with him and his ramblings. Man's clearly a lost cause. He'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take the reins over on Kamishima.
I see. So even though you believe in immortality, you refuse to associate with anything to do with the occult.
And you do? I figured someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. How are you meant to solve crimes if criminals can just pull out curses left and right?
You won't find me disagreeing there. So, what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse?
Hell if I remember. Why don't you go to Kamishima and ask the man yourself?
Maybe we will. Thank you for the information. I'll ask about him next. I hear you've been putting quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth?
Useless, a lot of them. Bunch of pushovers that don't let all this new generation tripe go to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out there strutting around like they own the place, far too big for their britches.
My, what a scathing review! Would our resident member of the new generation like to comment at all? Please don't call me that. I hear you've been searching for a successor, though. Given your strong opinions on the matter, I take it that you're struggling. Though I can see why that could lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to cede your legacy to someone else if you can remain at the reins yourself,
That might have been true when I started my research.
Oh? I take it that isn't the case now?
I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. Don't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime.
Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. You have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though.
Let me clear up one more thing while we're at it. I've already decided on my successor.
Oh?
Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the entire time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job.
Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. I suppose that would mean that you no longer have any need for immortality, then.
Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply has nothing to do with my successor. I still intend on continuing my research. For medical advancement, you understand? Think of it as doing my bit for society. You lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. How about you mind your own business for a change?
Well, there's not much we can say to that. We'll try to be more discerning from now on. We'll continue that train of thought, I guess.
I've already chosen my successor. No need to harp on it anymore. Already written up my will and passed it off to my lawyer. You be sure to let your friends at the police know, too.
Okay, I'll talk more about myself.
Can't say I care much about who you are anymore. You going around with some phony psychic tells me all I need to know.
How dare you! Soto, calm down. He can think what he wants. A little more Wakamura. Is there anything you can tell us about the phony sorcerer this Wakamura is so devoted to?
Wakamura went on about how there's some big shot who appeared on television. I never heard of him. As I said, just ask him yourself.
Of course. We'll be sure to do so. There is one thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid you found won't grant you immortality.
And what would you know about that?
Well, you know, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from, but there seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. All I wanted to say was that it's just that, a legend. It has no basis in reality at all.
How can you be so sure?
Just think about it. If that legend were true, wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals have ever been found?
Yeah? Is to say they aren't just living in hiding.
The legend of Yao Bikuni is passed down in over 100 places across Japan, yet not a single verifiable immortal has even been found to show for it.
You mean to say all those legends were fake? Please. If even just one of those tales is true, there's always a chance there's an immortal hiding away somewhere. This guy's so weird. He's like, sorcerers, pish posh, but mermaids and immortality. Yeah, now that's real. I see. You really are quite the dreamer, aren't you? I figured you were trying to bluff me out of that mermaid corpse for some reason or another. Now I'm sure of it. That thing's hiding some sort of secret, isn't it? Something you don't want me to find out. This is the average voter right here, Fire Mountain. I guess, yeah. So you admit you have the mermaid corpse, then? Oh, don't worry, we assumed as much from the start. If I'm not mistaken, that mermaid was in a sort of mummified state, no? I doubt you'll be eating it as it is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over. You can hog it for yourself, you won't fool me that easily. You don't think that a rare specimen like that ought to be placed in the care of a proper research institute? I'm saying I'll get a specialist research institute to study it. Problem solved. I suppose so. I'll make sure that mermaid gets studied properly. Don't you worry about that. I see. So I need to continue portrait sketch before going back to this one. By the way, you're quite well connected around these parts, if I'm not mistaken. This doesn't have anything to do with what we came here to talk about. But I was wondering if you happen to recognize the person in this sketch. It seems he lived in the Ise-shima area around 6 years ago. No, never seen him. I assume you've heard the news about the old human bones found on the seabed. This is a sketch of one of the victims from that case. You sure you have no idea who it could be? First I've heard of it, actually. Got no interest in things that have nothing to do with me. Do I need to think? After looking into the corpse of the mermaid found earlier this morning, it seems highly likely that it was taken into custody of Mr. Yamashina here. He's quite the big shot around here, with plenty of weight to throw around both politically and financially. Of course, all the local police know of him, and his moniker, and Kakudono. We had to get one of the higher-ups to act as an intermediary to even get a meeting with him. Personally, I am happy as long as we can get the mermaid corpse back from him. Though I certainly won't complain if he can tell us anything about the curse as well. He's quite the curmudgeon, so we'll have to watch our step when dealing with him. I need to talk to... No? That's checkmarked. How about this then? If you agree to give up the mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. For someone who doesn't seem to believe in the occult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and immortality, which suggests to me you found something you consider quite conclusive. What do you want about now? Well, I happen to know a bit more about mermaids than most people. Ma'am, are you sure? It's fine. I had the opportunity to do some research into them a while back, you see. You don't say. And? It's interesting, it's characterful. I mean, she has that, like, mark or bruise or whatever on that side as well. So, it kind of makes sense. I do wonder what that's about. Well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant a human immortality. Ha! I knew it. More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals. They have a lifespan of 800 years. That's right. As the name suggests, they gain 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately. Sounds like a real blessing. No, I'm afraid it's anything but.
One who defies the very laws of nature like that is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, a position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. Indeed, this immortality was originally a curse mermaids placed upon humans.
A curse?
Immortality is neither a blessing nor salvation for the living. It's a curse that robs them of the ability to die. None of those who have become 800-year immortals have found happiness. Not one. It renders living among other humans impossible and makes them an outcast from society. Of course, there are a few years at first when life will be tolerable. But after that, every meeting ends in parting. You outlive whomever you love or are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it will only be for a time. It will always be shunned eventually. You'll experience this over and over for 800 years. 800 years unable to die, with loneliness as your constant companion. This is why so many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yao Bikuni did.
I suppose that makes sense. Still, there'll always be those who seek immortality. Always have, always will be.
You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are also certain conditions that must be met for this curse of immortality to be effective. Eating mermaid's flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal.
Oh, and what exactly are these conditions?
Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not aware of the specifics there myself. The 800-year immortal. A moment. I needed the sip. I'm reading so much. A person who has gained an 800-year lifespan after being cursed by a mermaid. Someone who ingests a part of the body that a mermaid of a mermaid that meets certain conditions will be cursed and become a being known as an 800-year immortal. Once cursed, the individual's own body is lost, and a provisional body is reconstructed using the parts of the mermaid ingested as a medium. Their soul is then transferred to this provisional body, which they are able to control as if it were their own, with their consciousness presiding over both their soul and body from the head. As such, they could have already be considered to be more spirit in nature than human. If the individual is fatally wounded or contracts an illness that results in their death, their body will instantly be restored to its default state, allowing them to revive. In the event they lose any body parts, their heart will treat the largest remaining part of them as the main body and regenerate any lost parts from there, with the removed parts subsequently vanishing. This even occurs in the event that the lost body part is the head. However, these individuals heal from non-fatal wounds at only a slightly faster rate than their bodies would be capable of naturally. As these people feel physical sensations and pain to the same extent that they would have in their original body, it is extremely difficult to tell whether an individual is an 800-year-old immortal or not unless they die, even for the individual themselves. I see. The lifespan of this provisional body is 800 years from the time of its creation. Due to the individual's original body already being lost, not even the mermaid responsible for the original curse is able to dispel it. The individual will only see the end of their long life once 800 years have passed. But I can say this much at least. The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid.
Huh? Bullshit! Ain't no way that's anything other than a mermaid!
What I mean to say is that Mummy is a different being from the mermaids who wield this curse. Not all half-fish, half-human beings are mermaids, you see. In fact, calling them all by the same name is what leads to mishaps like this one.
Say what? You mean to tell me that's not a mermaid? That real mermaids are a completely separate thing?
That's right, which is why I can say with confidence that eating its flesh won't make you immortal.
Seems like you weren't bluffing at all after all. So what is that thing then? There's gotta be some reason you're after it.
I imagine that even if you had dissected it and examined, all results would point to it being just a mass of fibers. In other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that. You see, that mummy is merely the corpse of an average human, twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the Forsaken Fish.
What? Another curse?
Another curse wielded by mermaids, as it happens. That would be the remains of someone who died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for the mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. You see now why we'd rather you handed the mermaid over to us. The poor soul deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Surely even you're not so hard-hearted as to deny them that.
Curses this, curses that. It's all a bunch of hokum if you ask me. Not like immortality. That said, the report I got from the Research Institute earlier said exactly the same thing.
Oh my, I take it you already had the mermaid dissected then.
They said it was likely a fake, but asked if I wanted them to keep going anyway. I told them to keep at it, but...
It should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse, least of all information on immortality. Won't you consider handing it over? Of course, we could always take you on we could always take you in on charges of abandonment and desecration of a corpse.
All right, have it your way.
I'm so glad you've come around. Thank you for your cooperation. Perhaps he isn't as fixated on immortality as I thought. That leaves us in a rather unfavorable position. How should we approach this now, I wonder?
I'll give you the damn mermaid, but in exchange, I want you to tell me one thing.
What is it?
You say there are real mermaids out there. Where are these real mermaids hiding, then?
I suppose you could call it... the eternal world. Oh yeah, I really love Yumeko too. She's so awesome.
The eternal world?
Yes. Mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is Ryugu, the domain of the sea god. I've heard that name before.
Ryugu? How do you get there?
I'm sorry to say that Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human.
You could claim anything with a fairy tale like that. It all sounds like hokum.
That said, the entrance to Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Issei Sea. Unlike immortality and mermaids. There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over to this world in the area's long history. Which is why Issei Bay has its share of mermaid legends too.
Now that you mention it, I have heard one of those stories too. Some old tale about mermaids being found on some long-lost island called Taishima or the like.
What?
Wait a moment, where did you hear that story? Got your interest, have I? Looks like this story has some merit to it after all.
I was simply surprised, that's all. It's not a name I've come across in any historical records. Taishima! An island said to have previously been located to the south of Kameshima, as it has long since vanished and sometimes referred to as Taishima, or Lost Island. No official records remain, and it remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge of it preserved only in tales passed down on residents of the Ise-shima area. Legends say the island was besieged by someone 400 years prior, and the curse of the murdered islanders can cause the entire island to sink. Right, yeah, this is connected to our raging waves.
It's just something I heard from one of the young'uns I have out there looking for mermaids.
I see. Sounds like you've got a capable young hand. I don't suppose it would be possible to meet with this individual?
Nope, not happening. Unless you're willing to spill the beans on everything you know about mermaids, every last bit of info. Maybe, just maybe, I'd consider it then. It's clear you're no ordinary housewife after all. Not interested? And the meeting's over. I'll hand the corpse over to the police as promised. But don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make them mine.
Wonderful. I had a thought. He said that the successor he was looking for is right under his nose. What if it's Shotaro? He's saying he's skeptical of his father. He has disgust for superstitious beliefs. Though he has no intention of inheriting the influence and wealth of his own father, but maybe he wants the influence and wealth of old man fuck ass. Yamashina. I blanked on his name for a second there. But also, he's kind of old man fuck ass, you know? Big map. I'll allow fuck ass. I'll allow bullying term fuck ass.
Hey there, you two. Sorry for calling you out here when you're so busy. I figured it'd be best to give you the rundown on our findings as soon as possible.
It's no problem. Go ahead. Stop bullying this poor old rich asshole! Poster? What have we here?
Oh, this? It's a poster advertising Kamishima. Something about it catch your eye?
No, I was just thinking. Surely it would be better to put it somewhere tourists will actually see it?
Good point. Maybe they had some posters left over.
This is one of Issei City's residential districts. Right now the ground is so hot the air around it seems to be shimmering. Ugh, summer.
Wondering about my suit, are you? It's just a cheap old thing. Sorry, I don't have anything more presentable. Interested in Kamishima, are you? It's a nice place, great tourist spot too. I recommend it.
Anything else to look at? Soda. Despite the heat, Soda looks as unruffled as ever. I do hope he isn't just pretending to be alright.
Let's hear what Detective Ide has to say.
Stickers. Just taking a moment. Gotta catch the stickers if they're out there.
Ma'am, I think I have heat stroke.
Yeah. Oh, the police box.
That's just a police box I was waiting at. Something you were wondering about?
Oh no, I just happened to find myself looking at it, that's all.
Would you rather talk inside? There's no air conditioner, so it's probably cooler out here.
It's quite alright. Talking out here should be fine. Okay, just gotta make sure I look at all the things.
So did you manage to meet up with Mr. Yamashina?
Yes, thank you again for your help there. It seems he's willing to hand the body over without any fuss.
Really? That's great. So why would some big shot tycoon go to all that trouble to withhold a body? If everything I've heard is true, you could probably take him in on charges of desecrating a corpse, you know? Or was there something special about that corpse?
How observant of you, Detective. I can, of course, explain if you'd like to know more.
Wait a second, is it related to that secret department of yours? I think I'm better off not knowing if so.
Oh, really? I don't mind bringing you into the fold. Please stop trying to rope him into helping us. I don't want him to help us.
I never met the guy, but I hear he's quite the cranky old geezer. How'd your meeting go? I bet he was pretty wary of you being with the police, but he didn't try to pick a fight or anything, did he?
Well, I'm not sure you could say it went smoothly, but I don't think we upset him, at least. Probably.
You, don't sound very sure about that. All right, that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. So I got all hands on deck to go around asking about that sketch you gave me. And we finally found someone who recognized the victim.
Oh, that's great news.
A person who recognized him was a housewife in her 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. Apparently, the sketch looks like a 19-year-old she knew left the village to go to the city.
So 7 years ago he was 19, no?
From the sounds of it, the guy had no relatives to speak of. Left the village with nothing but the clothes on his back. Oh, you think it's gumshoe-like? You haven't heard my gumshoe voice then, or like, my gumshoe is a bit more up here. And she doesn't know what happened to him after that.
I see. That would make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Did we get a name for our mystery man?
Sure did. His name was Kipe Ikoma.
Kipe Ikoma.
I looked him up in the residence registry, and it does look like he moved from Kumano to Issei City 7 years ago. But it seems he doesn't live at the place he put his address anymore.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, why would he? He's dead.
I checked in with the apartment's landlord, and we'd seen that about 6 years ago, the landlord had his contract terminated after he failed to both pay his rent and return to his apartment for several months straight. The landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid.
If he went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me if those were his remains.
We'll keep looking into Ikoma to see if he was involved in anything that might have led to his murder. Of course, there's always the possibility we've got the wrong guy, so we'll keep asking around just in case.
Please do. Testimonies indicate that the individual in the sketch resembles a youth by the name of Kipe Ikoma, who went missing 6 years ago. He has no known relatives.
The woman we spoke to said the sketch was really accurate. No doubt in her mind it was Ikoma.
Well, well, that accurate?
Then I'm sure we've got the right person. So, how'd you even make that sketch? There was nothing left of the victim but bones.
Well, let's just say it's classified for now.
Right. Guess that means I shouldn't pry any further. Oh yeah. I also looked into that lady you were asking about, Somekawa.
Oh yes, did you find anything?
Well, it seems she hasn't registered as a resident even though she moved here 5 years ago. And nothing came up for Somekawa in the civil registry either. So I'm afraid I don't have anything on... So I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is or where she came from. Sorry to disappoint.
I see. Is that quite common?
Happens. Not unheard of for folks from the countryside to come here for work and just drift on with no one really knowing who they are. Apparently, it was really common during the post-war growth period.
Yeah, the Ama diver, yes.
It seems we have quite the mystery woman on our hands.
Yep, though there is something I've been wondering about.
Oh, let's hear it. You have some idea who she might be?
Well, have you heard of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster? It was a big maritime disaster that struck 5 years back.
I have, yes.
One of the victims of that disaster was an ama diver and housewife from Kamishima by the name of Mare Minakuchi. But it seems her maiden name was Somekawa.
So our mystery woman shares a surname with a maritime disaster victim. I'm impressed you managed to dig that up.
This we already knew.
Nah, I was already looking into the Kamishima disaster because of the skeletal remains, so it was a happy coincidence, if anything.
Oh, so you thought they might be related too. I'm glad it wasn't just me.
Anyway, it seems like the bodies of the disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking.
Wait, are you saying?
Yep. I was thinking Mari Minakuchi could have survived the disaster 5 years ago.
And you think she then moved to Ijika and started going by her old name as Somekawa again?
That's right, what do you think?
It seems like a long shot, but maybe. And if that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ijika for 5 whole years without thinking to contact her family?
And maybe she lost her memories in the disaster.
Right. If she only had her old memories to rely on, it wouldn't be that odd if she went back to using her old name.
Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It is difficult to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years. It's possible she just never ran into anyone she knew. That kind of thing's more likely than you'd think. But speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mari Minakuchi from a report on the disaster. I haven't met the Somekawa myself, so could you take a look for me and let me know what you think?
Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. What do you think, Soto?
If she'd aged 5 years and grown badly gaunt, I can certainly see how this woman might come to resemble Miss Somekawa.
She's really seemed to have gone through the horrors since she was on Kamishima.
My thoughts exactly.
So you agree it's a pretty solid theory?
It's certainly worth looking into, yes.
But if she really is Mari Minakuchi, there's something else that concerns me.
Something else?
This is just what I've heard. But it seems like the islanders over on Kamishima think this Mari Minakuchi was the cause of the disaster 5 years ago.
What? Why would they think that?
No idea, but it seems like it's pretty much taken for granted by most of the folks over there. Even just mentioning her name is sort of taboo. So I was thinking it wouldn't be that odd if she felt she couldn't go back home because of that.
Surely not.
Seems as good a reason as any as why she wouldn't want to come forward anyway.
If she really is related to the storm 5 years ago, she is a point of interest regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains. Perhaps it's worth looking into that first.
Can I leave talking to Miss Somekawa to you two then?
We'll handle that, yes.
Oh, all done with you. Somebody watching me? Somebody else to click on? Anything here? The vision ability really has not proven to be anything so far, other than a sticker finder. I guess I should just think. So people believe this Mare Minakuchi called forth the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago, do they? I didn't expect the Curse of the Raging Waves to come up here of all places. Wait. That's it. I remember now. The sole survivor of Taishima. His surname was Somekawa. Ooh. There was something else about Somekawa. A wooden box? Surely that'd be too much of a coincidence. Well, that's about all I had to report. Thank you, Detective. That was very informative. As for our next move, could we ask you to keep looking into Kipe Ikoma for us? Roger that. We'll see if we can find Somekawa again and hear what she has to say. Unfortunately, it looks like our trip to Kamishima will have to wait until tomorrow. So it seems. Oh? You have business on Kamishima too? That was actually our original reason for coming here, yes. But now we've gotten caught up in all this other troublesome business, so it looks like dealing with that'll have to come first. Hero is hoping to get this over with as soon as possible so I could get back home to my husband. I see. You sure are devoted to your husband. Oh, very much. Though I do worry as he never eats properly when I'm not around. In any case, please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if it's just something out of the ordinary happening, anything could be of help. Sure, will do. Though you're kind of making me worried something might actually happen now. I'd certainly prefer if it didn't. Anyway, we're counting on you, Detective. Oh my god, this segment is really long. I kind of wanted to get back to the timeline before stopping, but I kind of feel like maybe this should be my stopping point for tonight either way. This might be the right place to stop. I'm gonna plunk that down. Hey, this one's real good so far. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I love doing story time and such. I love reading to everybody. Though it does make my throat quite dry. It's pretty good so far. I'm really intrigued. I'm really interested in where this is gonna go. I'm good at it, thank you. I feel like I've been stumbling over a lot of my words. But I appreciate it. Hey, 50 streams. That's nuts, Zerolek. Thank you for reading to us. You're welcome for being read to, everybody. I'm glad you're all enjoying it, because I am. Let's go back to the title. I'll figure out somewhere else that you can all go. Wait, what's the Steam screenshot key? I kind of want to just use this title screen for the banner next time. It's like F12 or something? Yeah, okay. That should have done it. Do I have any theories so far? I think I've presented all of my theories thus far. I'm really not sure what's going on with Somekawa. It feels a bit naive to assume that she is like just a straightforward mermaid or something, right? But something interesting is going on with her. I feel like it's almost more likely, given that, like, she went out with, like, her husband and child, I feel like it's more likely that she was trying to stop the curse than, like, to start it or something. I don't know. I do think that maybe the successor to Old Man Fuckass is gonna be the shitty handsome boy that I already hate, even though, like, he hasn't been in the game at all, basically. But I think for now, honestly, we probably just need to read a little more to get more information on what's going on. Yeah, Shotaro. Let's see. Haven't seen much of him either, but his vibes are so terrible. They're literally so terrible. The second he did that wink with the sparkle ding, I was just like, ooh, I hate this guy. Fuck him. Where shall I send you tonight? Where shall I send you tonight? To bed. Yeah, well, I'm sure you're all gonna go to bed, but I still gotta raid somebody. So I'm gonna send you over to Noelle. No Slam. Go say hi, be nice. Go to sleep if you gotta. She's playing Fantasy Life I. This game seems cute. Is World of Animals Day coming up? I have no understanding or knowledge of that. That'll be interesting, I guess. Anyways, I will catch you all. Oh yeah, on Gloop Queen's channel on Thursday. Sorry, I haven't mentioned that. For more mystery adventure visual novel type experiences, we're gonna be playing Apollo Justice with Melty Kit. And then I'll catch you back here again on Friday for something. Probably not reading Friday, I'm gonna be honest. Anyways, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. I'll see y'all later, everybody. Bye, bye.